really you cannot even see them. They're so small that you can only see them under a microscope. But here's the weird part. When you put them under a microscope, they're alive. They're moving. Yes, I say they're alive. They're alive and we're breathing them and they're inside of us. Now, remember who's in charge of this. The elite global money changers. They have a plan for everybody and they have a plan for everything. They know the system's breaking down and they're scared to death. Their back is up against the wall and they're going to try everything and anything to keep us subservient, to keep us docile, to keep us listening to their orders. Now apparently these live fibers that are some sort of, I'm not going to tell you they're alien, I'm not going to tell you they're biological from this planet, that I cannot tell you. What I can tell you is that the fibers are alive. I can tell you that they're so small that you cannot even see them. You're breathing them in, you do not even see them. Now, there are tests out there. You probably, people who are familiar with the Morgellon fibers, you've heard of different tests to tell you if you have fibers or not. If these creatures are living inside of you. I'm just trying to give you a quick update on the fiber. What your lucky day is. The reason why this is such a lucky day for you is I'm going to tell you how to control the situation. I'm going to tell you, see, I may be breathing these fibers in, but you know what? These fibers are not in my body. Yeah, I'll say that again because it's probably shocking to you. I breathe these fibers in every day because I live in an area where they're experimenting on us. But my body shows no residue. These creatures do not live in my body. And I'm going to tell you why. Later in the video, I'm going to tell you why they cannot live in my body and why they are pushed out of the body dead. And that's very important because whenever you start breathing in creatures like this, you do not want them to live in your body. That's when you get sick. So I'm going to teach you what you can do where when you breathe these critters in, your body will kill them and your body will excrete them safely. And we're going to go into that. Let me show you another example of what these fibers look like. Okay, here's another example of the Morgellon fibers, or people, I don't know, they have different names for these fibers. The disease that most people call it is the Morgellon disease. Now you got to understand that the powers to be, they don't recognize that this is even a disease. The global elite money changers, they don't even admit that this exists. So remember, they just deny. And more importantly, how do they monitor it? Okay, so it's more than just a one-part system. Okay, so they spray these down on major cities. You breathe them in. That's just step one. That's just phase one. That doesn't tell the elite global money changers anything. What gives them the data that they need is when you go to the doctor. Remember what has happened in the last 10 years because of the police state. All your medical records are open to the NSA. All your medical records are open to the CIA. They know exactly what your blood tests are. Put it this way. The NSA and the CIA know more about your health than you and your doctor does. Now that should really surprise you. I'll repeat that again because that may shock you. The NSA and the CIA know more about your health than you and your doctor does. Now that should really alarm you. But I know what you're waiting for. You're waiting for the big event. I'm telling you how to control the situation. More than control the situation, how to eliminate these from your body. Let's go right to it. Okay, let's get right down to it. Remember, when anybody is in power and they throw the disease onto you, they always have a cure. That's the first thing. The people in power, global elite, money changers, they never ever spread a disease unless they have a cure. Because remember, they're evil. They don't want to get sick. So what I'm going to share with you today is how the global elite do not get sick. No matter what, even if they're in Las Vegas gambling and they're breathing in these fibers, it does not affect them because they have the cure. And I'm going to tell you the cure. The most important part of this cure is iodine. But it cannot be the iodine, fake iodine. It has to be iodine that you get from seaweed. It has to be iodine from seaweed. Okay? More importantly, it should be natural, fresh seaweed. More importantly, most of the people just use regular salt. The elite, the global elite money changers do not use regular salt. They have to use sea salt. Sea salt is the secret. So sea salt with the iodine and the minerals that you get from brown rice, this is the secret right here. Think of this as a trilateral commission right here. That's what they call it. They call this the real, natural, trilateral commission. Because with the sea salt, the brown rice, and the iodine, the fibers cannot live if you eat this. Even if you eat this like once a day, the fibers are naturally killed by this. As soon as they hit the body, they're dead, and then you just the next morning, they pop out the next morning, and you go, you know what? So what? So this is the deal. This is your lucky day. You have to have this machine, tiger machine, because what's more important, you have to put brown, you have to put beans. You have to put beans in with the rice. The beans give you the protein. Now the beans are not important for killing the fiber, but the beans are important because when you eat this type of food, regularly, you don't get the protein you need, so that's why the beans are very important. This gives you the protein to be healthy. Sea salt, the iodine, it's got to be natural iodine from seaweed. Trust me, this is a natural cure. There's no synthetic cure for this. There's no synthetic cure for this. So this is it. I'm telling you, one time and one time only. Spread the word if you will. But remember, if too many people find out about this video, I'll be in trouble. I'm not allowed to share this with you. I'm not allowed to share this with you, but normally I don't get no more than 30 or 40 people who listen to me. So I don't think I have a problem. They don't care if only 30 or 40 people listen to me, I don't give a shit. But if 1 million people saw this video, I would be in big trouble. Sea salt, natural iodine, fresh seaweed, brown rice. And the beauty of it is, you can mix it all. I mean, once you get this stays good for a couple days. You eat this, you can put the seaweed, you can mix the seaweed in here. Very simple. Very simple. Put a little garlic in there, and pepper, and olive oil, and you can taste good. You can taste it.
Listen, man, look. Listen. Can you listen to me real quick? No, can you listen to me? Can you listen to me real quick? Sir, can I have your name and badge number real quick? Can I have your name and badge number? You're required to provide your name and badge number. I know,
What law did I break? What law? Okay, what law did I break?
Getting tickets and fines and fees and ridiculous behavior.
What law did I break?
Focus on that.
What law did I break? Okay,
By the time Comet Atlas approaches the sun in May, it could become quite bright. Indeed, it can become a daytime star easily. Estimates range from magnitude +1 to -10. In other words, somewhere between a first magnitude star and a wax crescent moon. That's what a first magnitude star looks like. Sirius is a first magnitude star right there.
You gotta hold it down, there's no way.
Atmosphere.
there is a saying, when the río revuelto, ganancia para pescadores. When the river is milky, the fishermen benefit. Because there is a saying, because there is a saying, when the río revuelto, ganancia para pescadores. When the river is milky, the fishermen benefit.
hear something that's crazy? When I went into the cooler, check this out. It's making its own little beat up in here. You guys hear that, man? I swear to God, the cooler is actually making this beat. It's like some type of tribal beat, dude. I mean, tell me you can't get down a little bit of that. Get here, back and do some beat. Look at this, man. It's like one of those viral things, one of those spiritual things everybody do. The cooler at work, man. It's the fridge. God, the cooler is actually making this beat. Do you guys hear that, man? I swear to God, the cooler is actually making this beat.
Urban showed up in the chat, or in the stream.
It's hard for me to keep up with all the new people who are coming into chat. I don't know who Urban is, to be honest.
Urban's the black guy that came in and was talking to you.
Oh, the fucking nigger. Yeah, I'm sorry, you want me to tell you about everything that we talked about ever since the nigger came in chat?
Oh, shit. You done fucked up now. You done put 2 of America's most...
And now, Urban Disciples is in the house. I appreciate you being here. I have not had any qualms with Urban. Not because of his skin color, and not because of some of the people he thrashes on. I like his work.
These 2 individuals.
So when on me,
I retaliated. You threatened to call the cops. Plus, you lied about me calling the cops on you.
What is this even about?
Hey, we're gonna show you what a true victim LARP is. Right here, with one who got away. He's such a cool little kid.
OJM. Shut your mouth.
Lori
Leave her
Alexander
alone.
criminally extorts him while showing her
Leave
true
her alone? Are
colors.
you kidding me? She's the one who's been dogging us. You don't know shit about what's going on.
Ultra smart people talk about ideas.
Andre Ingram is Kobe
I
Bryant.
thought last week it was I stalk women. Now I stalk men. I'm gay.
You got Justin Bieber.
Right. Yeah, and I'm stalking you with sock accounts when you've been making sock accounts like the naked hot tub homo, right? Stalking me.
Well, why don't
I
you
want nothing. I've been the nice one here.
more heroin, asshole?
It's gonna crush him.
Fuck you, bitch. Who the fuck are you?
It's not just a spiritual thing, it is the joining of the 2. The 2 witnesses.
With the same similar build.
I love the fact that
Some people lift you up.
So you've never told a lie in any shape, form, or fashion.
See what I'm saying, Derek?
I don't have to have cancer.
substance on the phone?
I was thinking that young Derek could help us with our research.
I just have to have the ear to hear so God can give.
Was it dirt then, or what?
Yeah, it was dirt.
Anyways, when it comes to their agenda of playing pity cards for attention, while criminally harassing and bullying others who speak up against them.
Yeah, that's him. You know who this
In
is?
one way or another, not hard to find videos of them back each other up. Careful of the criminal SJW on YouTube.
Of course.
Gosh, this sounds just like Truth Convoy when she's singing, like Rose Law Firm and stuff like that, which she probably works for.
Wait until you see it.
You know?
Show them your recent video.
The Urban Disciple. He's in Massachusetts. I know where to report.
You're gonna jack off to that Jeff Rice. Get out
Lies about me and others, you get a lot worse. Yeah, Urban's gonna be worse.
Today I wanted to tell you about the pizza in the oven trick.
Leave my kids alone, you piece of shit.
If you're a child advocate, aren't you smart enough to know that it's fucking weird to post it?
Leave
Everybody's done anything.
It's kid.
You fucking delusional people.
2019 on Facebook.
Oh yeah, that's the channel owner. We are a team.
I just have to have the ear to hear so God can give the answer.
This grandmother promoting that little girl.
You catch on to something like that, you gotta learn about it.
The majority of people talk about events, and the real low vibers talk about other people. Kind of like yourselves.
Because you know what? He's on me, and nothing happened. So.
You're a greedy pig. And you're proud of it too, aren't you? You're just really proud. Yeah.
person wrote the lyric, "Cancel my subscription to the resurrection." I don't believe he actually knew what he was talking about. He was only 25 years old. 24, something like that. I think he was saying, cancel my subscription to religion. I think if he had been here today, he would agree with me on that. He didn't like religion. So he went to the dark side because he figured he can't stand the old Jesus, the church, all this stuff. So the other side must have the answer. How many people was he a killer? No. Was he a genius in his way? Yes. Came from very intelligent people as well as, Admiral was. But so the military industrial complex, top of the class. He was top of the class. Genius intellect.
That's what happened in the market. When that knife is falling, don't try to catch a knife when it's falling. The market is a waterfall. You look at the Dow Jones Market Index graph, it's like a waterfall. It's heading down. These people are scared to death. Their pensions are at risk here. Matter of fact, on Sunday, the Federal Reserve banking cartel had to cut interest rates down to 0. Yesterday, on Sunday, imagine that, on a Sunday, the Fed had an emergency meeting. Okay, we'll cut it down to 0. Their bazooka has no more shells. That's all I can tell you. They are out of ammo. The bazooka is empty. Again, if you take nothing else away from the Bellagio Lake water show, if you take nothing else away from this, take this away. This is a central bank crisis. People are losing, they're losing credibility. The central banks who can push a button and give their friends $1 billion, they are losing credibility.
Small time joint. What's the point? How many times? Placing those 6-bit bets. Down and out? Yes. For the pay, they say. A slave? Maybe. But not yet in the grave. Small time joint. What's the point? Fake Cadillac bumpers. Paid for 20 years ago by carny barkers with big ears and flush years. Now everybody is in tears. Small time joint. What's the point? Disco lights and sugar daddy's grip. Free smokes with $1 bet and 20 chips. Hard to breathe, let alone see your 50-cent tip. Yeah, small time joint. What's the point? Sweating bullets and smokes. Losers in small town totes. What a joke. Yeah, small time joint. What's the point? Shift boss, deep in shit. So buried in markers, he'll never get out of this sawdust pit. Yeah, small time joint. What's the point? Oh yeah, shrimp cocktail for 99 cents. Dollar Big Red, 6 and 8 place for 6 bits. Oh yeah, old cocktail waitress and big tits. What's the point? I'll never get out of this sawdust pit.
Ah, shit. Motherfuckers know what time it is, right? You been waiting for little old Herbie to do a song, ain't you? A little rap song? Well, it ain't really a rap song, it's more like a freestyle. So check it out. Oh yeah, it's a freestyle. What you about to do about nothing, huh? Looking at you when you're looking at me on the camera, it's something, huh? All across the states, 50 of them as a matter of fact. But do nothing, man, but sit down, shut your mouth and listen to facts. Jeff Rose, nerd, nasty ass, dirty ass bitch. Yeah, I'm slipping over my words, it's a freestyle. Don't you remember? He's a nasty ass little fuck. Look at his Facebook. Check it out, man. You about to duck. Maybe he is, cause he got pictures of his kids. And as a matter of fact, they're dick pictures. That's just some sick shit. Looking at that 10 bitch and you defending it. You look like a guilty kid. Oh, let's stop talking about the kids. He's a nasty ass motherfucker. Probably pop a bone on this track, bitch. Man, we about to stop that. Look at you, little crock cat. Man, I'm about to take your ass back. I'm about to slop that, glock that, glock that, glock that little bitch. That mean just lying. Tell me he's one of the 2 witnesses. Yeah, he's a little bitch too. Little fat ass fuck. His dick so small, man. He pisses in a cup. Talking about them water cups, you got the fountain, man. You know what I'm talking about? The sparklers one, all the Brita can. It's a freestyle, dude. You can't expect the best. But oh yeah, did you forget that you fucking with the West? That means you fucking with the best. Automatically, and that's it. We don't wear no vest up in this, cause we hit them with the fist, with the quickness. Can you stop it? You can't, can you? There's another motherfucker I can put up on this track and I'll dance on you. Who else? Who else? That's Zachary Hubbercat. Man, he talking about gematria, but he should research the facts. And he's looking real stupid with his haircut slick back. He got that one-eye symbolism, man, he looking like a stupid ass. Who's next up in this? We gonna give Barley a pass. Cause he ain't fucked with us in the last couple of, I don't even know how long, shit. Shit. We keep on going with it. But who's next on the list? Can you even stop it? Can't even think of one. Oh yeah, Cloud's mistress. Who is that? Oh, we got too many of them, ain't you tell? Can't even, oh shit, Phil. Vision up in this bitch, urban disciples in this shit. If y'all want some more of this motherfucking shit, just drop a comment below, hit that like button. We'll catch you on the motherfucking flip side. You know, where the sun always shines.
August the 15th, 1950. It was taken in Great Falls, Montana by couple of hours in the clubhouse office, I went up into the grandstand to call the groundskeeper. As I reached the top of the stairway, I glanced northward to the tall anaconda copper company smoke bag to check the direction of the wind from the white smoke. For some habit, I suppose, because their outfielders use it as an indicator on the pencil plate. As I looked up, I saw two silvery objects moving swiftly out of the northwest. They appeared to be moving directly south. The objects were very bright and about 10,000 feet in the air. They appeared to be of a bright, shiny metal, like polished silver. Both were the same size and were traveling at the same rate of speed, which was much slower than the jets we shot by shortly after I filmed the disc. Suddenly they stopped. It was then I remembered the camera in the glove compartment of my car. I raced downstairs, yelling for my secretary to just run. The distance from the top of the stairway to my car is about 60 feet, and I must have made that in about 6 jumps. I asked my secretary if he saw anything, and he said yes, two silvery spheres. I unlocked the glove compartment of my car, took out the camera, turned the telephoto lens on the turret into position, set the camera at f/22, picked up the objects in the viewfinder, and pressed the trigger. I filmed the objects until they disappeared into the blue sky behind the water tank. This is the film in double frame in slow motion. The film, analyzed frame by frame, shows the movement of the object to be horizontal and steady. We will now vary the action and size of the object, and also stop the action from time to time for your study. To an enlarged size and reverse the action.
That they hate you?
You can stay in your delusion. You can stay in your crib. You can stay What went wrong back then? Why do they all stare? You made me into a pariah because I wouldn't lie. You made me an outcast because I wouldn't be your little bitch. Your little bitch. You made me a liar because you all lied.
Shotguns are out.
And now I'm not going to listen. Not anymore. I made you into a scarecrow. You tame the alligator with your machine gun. All the lilies of the field were dead because of you. Lie.
And is now spreading throughout the world. Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power of the federal government and the private sector to protect the American people. This is the most aggressive and comprehensive effort to confront a foreign virus in modern history. I am confident that by counting and continuing to take these tough measures, we will significantly reduce the threat to our citizens, and we will ultimately and expeditiously defeat this virus. From the beginning of time, nations and people have faced unforeseen challenges, including large-scale and very dangerous health threats. This is the way it always was and always will be. It only matters how you respond, and we are responding with great speed and professionalism. Our team is the best anywhere in the world. At the very start of the outbreak, we instituted sweeping travel restrictions on China and put in place the first federally mandated quarantine in over 50 years. We declared a public health emergency and issued the highest level of travel warning on other countries as the virus spread its horrible infection. And taking early, intense action, we have seen dramatically fewer cases of the virus in the United States than are now present in Europe. The European Union failed to take the same precautions and restrict travel from China and other hotspots. As a result, a large number of new clusters in the United States were seeded by travelers from Europe. After consulting with our top government health professionals, I have decided to take several strong but necessary actions to protect the health and well-being of all Americans. To keep new cases from entering our shores, we will be suspending all travel from Europe to the United States for the next 30 days. The new rules will go into effect Friday at midnight. These restrictions will be adjusted subject to conditions on the ground. There will be exemptions for Americans who have undergone appropriate screenings, and these prohibitions will not only apply to the tremendous amount of trade and cargo, but various other things as we get approval. Anything coming from Europe to the United States is what we are discussing. These restrictions will also not apply to the United Kingdom. At the same time, we are monitoring the situation in China and South Korea, and as their situation improves, we will reevaluate the restrictions and warnings that are currently in place for a possible early opening. Earlier this week, I met with the leaders of health insurance industry who have agreed to waive all co-payments for coronavirus treatments, extend insurance coverage to these treatments, and to prevent surprise medical billing. We are cutting massive amounts of red tape to make antiviral therapies available
Why?
in record time. These treatments will significantly
Why bother?
reduce
Do you
the
think people
impact
deserve that?
and reach of the virus. Additionally, last week I signed into law an $8.3 billion funding bill to help CDC
I wouldn't waste
and
the
other
money,
government
man.
agencies fight the virus and...
Okay, we get the idea. It's weird. On certain words, he's not able to complete them. Like he's trying to get a... Can we have that? And there are certain words he's kind of stumbling on, like he's trying to catch his breath. It's obviously there's something wrong there with his health, the president. It'd be nice if they didn't lie to him, but I don't know. I think it's a foregone conclusion of, really who the boss is, and it ain't the president. So I think you guys maybe understand that we've been talking about this in various forms for years and years. A day like this would come, that they hate you, that they would intentionally launch a pandemic. When Bill Gates announced it, we announced it here, that he was planning it. So this is the only place you're going to still get, the truth. The truth is they intentionally spread it, weeks ago. Not just now. Months even, yeah. Not just now. Coronavirus has been percolating around the world for some time, and they were waiting for the blow-up event, which the reason they can't turn it off is because it's all seeded. I'm sorry, but do I have to keep repeating myself? Is there a problem in understanding logic? I know it's hard maybe to get your mind around, well, they wouldn't do that, but listen, your government doesn't rule you. Your votes, your government, whatever you see out there is an illusion. It's not real. The thing that you've got, the one thing you've got is God's sovereignty and his plan and his direction and the creator's guidance on this thing. That's about the only thing that's going to make sense. But you have to know the creator through Jesus, obviously, who is also the creator. That's the mystery. I'm sorry it's so hard for people. The brainwashing against Jesus and against God has been constant for thousands of years. Even to the point back in the day where they not only tortured an innocent man, they wanted a murderer to go free and an innocent man to be strung up in a crucifixion but tortured first. The reason they tortured him is because the hatred of God is so deep and so visceral that anyone that represents, I see it too, like being around, these cowardly artists, which is really the arts of the United States is, of course, a joke because the artists are cowards. So there's not really any point. They're afraid to speak up. They're afraid to talk about the mind control. They're afraid to talk about Jesus, obviously, as being, something more than just some figure on somebody's, a figurine, a bobbing head on somebody's dashboard, or some cliche in some church somewhere, or some kind of like right-wing plot. It transcends all that. It transcends all those things, and even all Sunday school, everything you ever been taught has been wrong. And especially about the Bible and Jesus, been wrong, except for maybe our understanding of basic ethics. But people say, oh, look how awful, they just don't get it. Here on Trump's speech, you've got, this is from West Palm Beach, WPTV News, and we have 809 thumbs up and 166 thumbs down. the travel restrictions are to, basically keep people that are infected from walking around and infecting more. And I suppose that's pretty valid. I'm just saying they keep spreading it, though. If you really want to stop it, you have to stop the people who are, in the government from setting up, infected people and sending them around and dropping them off in places where they can spread it. You have to stop them from doing that. Well, you have to stop the CDC and other elements of, the rogue elements. They're not even rogue. They're mainstream. They're people. It's Bill Gates. It's the deep state. It's that same, the globalist future. It's the Satanists. It's the same people, always and forever. It's always the same people. You know that. And they had to find a way to get rid of Trump. They had to find a way to stop the economy, which they've done, and we've all been screwed. That was the greatest economy that I had seen, and I told you, what did I tell you? How many times did I tell you they have to turn it off? How many times did I tell you that? They're going to have it for nobody now. How many times did I tell you they're going to turn it off? That's the one thing they can't tolerate is a prosperous economy, a free market economy. They will not set up now. You notice how CNN, MSNBC, they're all slaves to the Chinese. All of them. They bow down to the Chinese and they do Chinese propaganda. You see that, right? Okay, so they'll say, if you don't go to a Chinese restaurant, you're being racist. If you want to blame China or call it the Wuhan virus, you're being racist. The Wuhan virus, as racist talking point, comes from China and is echoed by the Chinese slaves, which is CNN and all those people. They're all in bed, Hollywood, everybody, with China. Well, of course, it's going to be tougher now because of their economic hit. But, one thing about communists is that they'll kill their own people just to get the capitalists, just to get the free ones. Because really, communism is about slavery and, versus freedom. That's the whole point. And the globalist, vision is for them to be elites and on top in their fields of Elysium and luxury and so forth, life extension technologies, all of that. And for the little people to be in squalor and dying. I mean, it's this is the same old plot, but it's the little people who are participating in it thinking they're going to get the rich people and punish them when they're really just trying to, doing the bidding of the ultra rich, of the Rothschild level rich and the Bill Gates rich and the, Warren Buffett rich. And they're going to mow down the little guys and make them all, basically serfs in a totalitarian state, which is what they want to do now because they never want people to ever have a voice again after this. And I said, to Trish, I said, so it's up to people to fight back. But you and I know that we're pussies, aren't we? I mean, I know that Alex Jones, he talks tough. But is he really? Is he going to take a gun and go shoot somebody? No. Are we? No. Are we going to do it politically? So I don't have, I predict that people are going to get a good taste of slavery now. Overt. And they're going to do what they're told. Especially in the United States, since we have the most compliant population ever. And Europe, of course. Europe is very, very, very tamed. I doubt you'd find a testicle amongst the entire population. They haven't been cashed in already. So just, get ready to do what you're told. Get in your food line, get your vaccines, line up for the, slowly they're going to rehab people back into work the government provides for them. And it's beyond Orwell. It's Orwell on steroids. It's the biggest hell that ever existed. Unless you're one of them, then it's going to be the biggest heaven. And right now, they are just salivating. They love this. They finally got a way to get that, orange man out of there. It's the elites that want him out. and people don't. They keep trying to correct me on this. He is really he's very ill right now. I mean, it's sad. I feel terrible what happened, but you know, c'est la vie. Bad that happened that they had him out there talking about containing it while they were spreading it. That's just so embarrassing. It's really just really bullying. It's awful. Disrespectful. But anyway, and people can say whatever they want. I am right and you're wrong. And I will put money up. I will put $1 million up, or whatever, 1,000. Can't do millions anymore because I've lost it all to Trish from these bets. But no, that will prove the point that with in this situation there had been an opportunity for free market capitalism, and there had been, based on the same economics that we talked about here, that were implemented, and the result is undeniable. Spoken here on the Zeph Report. Not that we're any big deal, but we spoke it. What would have to be done to move the economy, and it was done, and it did. And maybe they'll take it away, and they'll just, if they're losing, they throw the game board over. They're not going to let anyone win. That's what this is all about. It's not about some organic viral epidemic that just popped up out of nowhere. It's about going into an election season. And yes, the American left is in bed with the Chi-Coms and the globalists, so they're on the same team as, say, Bill Gates. And they want the virus to kill as many people as possible, including their own, which always blows my mind about communists, especially the ones that are not so even trying to hide anymore in Congress, who the little people vote for them because they think they're going to get even, they're going to get vengeance against the rich. One of the biggest lies ever told. Bernie's getting his 4th house now, and he's ready to piss on all the people that voted for him. And he just loves this. He just takes it to the bank. Dumbass people, they just keep doing it. Any Bernie supporter, I just feel like laughing in their face. What idiots. And the propaganda regarding Trump, a lot of people have bought that Trump's awful and this and that. When he's gone, I think at some point people will remember this economy and the attempt at cleaning up the FISA court, which didn't happen, by the way. That's gone now. All these attempts to kind of try to have a kind of a see, the problem I think Trump has and had is, I think that he had an idea of what he wanted to do, and I don't dispute the fact that he was a socialite and involved in all kinds of nefarious people and whatever, but I do feel he made an effort to try to make the country work and make the economy work and all that for people. I do believe that he believed in that, and he had some good advisors as well. But I also warned while that was happening that they're going to take it away. They're not going to allow it to be there, because see, the fundamental problem, as Trump learned, unfortunately the hard way, is that he's not battling the Congress. He's not battling the U.S. government. He's not battling even the mind control people that are, controlled to do this or that or the other. I don't, at this point, I'm so disgusted. I'm out of here, actually. I'm not, there's no rah-rah here. Because stupid people don't deserve it. You gotta be smart. And to be smart, you have to be courageous. And to be courageous, you've got to not take this kind of thing. This is what they do in Venezuela. They just get in line. Or Cuba. Or China. And it is disgusting. And it's very disgusting seeing these disgusting people. They just take up space. I almost wonder, well, Why wouldn't you want a virus to take them out? What's the point of it? What do they provide? They provide nothing. They do nothing. You know, it's almost like you wonder, how can someone go through their entire life with, you know, as nothing and not inquire as to, I mean, not even ask a question as to what this is, this existence. But just like, you know, I don't get it. I'm gonna, you know, I'm not, I just realize that kind of person is what is responsible for this great complacency. Now, I know that, you know, most people are cowards, and I understand that, like in the field of, like I say, in the arts, I mean, they won't discuss anything, you know, the only thing they're programmed, you know, they're programmed to say, you know, to do what they're told. Let's just put it that way. And to be political, they, you know, hate Trump, love any you know, communist, leftist, and the whole she trans thing, which was the big fad, and, you know, to go to whatever the politically correct thing is, it doesn't even matter, whatever part of the circus, you know, they can't, they have to be for it all, or they feel they won't work. Which is true, they probably would be, you know, you know, there was a lot of money left on the table from me sort of awakening, wanting to talk about these issues and being vocal about it, that there's a lot of opportunity that went out the window because I spoke my mind. And I told people, I said, you know, even if I, you know, do an independent film at this point, I'm still, you know, I speak my mind. I'm not really lining up with one side or another, with Republicans or Democrats or this or that or some, you know, polarizing Coke or Pepsi or whatever. I'm just basically, my main thing, and the main, you know, there's just one thing that I'm talking about that gets me in trouble. And it's called freedom. The freedom of thought. The freedom of expression. When I do write, I'm very good at that. I mean, you know, novels, big things, lots of pages, lots of things. I get well into these characters and well into these situations, even historically, or, you know, whatever it is I'm doing. Becomes very rich because I really delve into it. What do I do that the other guy? Why are my characters richer than theirs? And they are always. But why is that? Because I'm not making them do what I want to do or what's politically expedient. I'm allowing those characters to live and breathe on their own as if they have free will, and they inform me as to what's going on, and that's why they're richer and better. But today, nobody can do that because they have to keep in mind the story can only, if it pisses the Chi-Coms off, it's not going to be acceptable. So that's a real punishment for people like me. You're never going to hear our voices. The alternative would be for me to be a coward and to try to slink under the radar, which, you know, that it's not, they're going to do what they're going to do. I mean, you know, I realize that it's not like if you're a conservative in Hollywood, you get blackballed. That does happen. But that's not really the issue. The issue is a spiritual war. And, you know, you got to ask why. The only reason I do anything with the writing and sound and music and different things is because that's what, you know, that's my gift, what I have to offer. That's all. That's what I have to offer. It's not me that shunned me. It's not me that said no. It's not me that said that's too controversial. We can't have that. You should have seen them with glass backwards. They didn't know what to do. And whatever I write in the future is going to be even more intense. Although that, I don't see how you get more intense than that. It's about the most intense thing you could probably do. But it had but had perversity, murder, sex, and lots of mind control. CIA, government operatives, assassins, strange situations, horrific situations, witchcraft on a mass scale. It seems like there's nothing in there that's about Republicans. Nothing in there even really much about Jesus. Well, then what's the problem? See, this is a good study in this. The problem is that the writing goes there to what they want to conceal. But that's because the only way you're going to get decent writing is to be about truth in conflict or dramatic conflict. Without that, you have nothing. The ones who have been celebrated have been faux. Ernest Hemingway was basically the card-carrying communist, and then he became whatever. After he backed the Spanish War and threw the fascists off the cliff, which are really capitalists, but threw him off the cliff. Hung out in Gertrude Stein's salon in Paris. Further indoctrination, and then he's good to go. And he blew his brains out because obviously he became a liar. He was very troubled because of his compromise. And I'll be the only person on earth that will tell you that. And that's truth. It's very hard for people to accept truth. You know, we can go, so what they object to is, you know, you have to realize that all of Hollywood is basically propaganda. All you know, China, Hollywood, even all the indie film people, they're all programmed, you know, basically programmed to beg, bow, and worship the industry professionals. And that's sickening too. I mean, I don't know if you could stomach that. But that's tough. But that's why we're in the position we're in here. That's why we have the coronavirus, because of that sort of thing. That kind of cowardice is what leads to this. If they were truly afraid of us, they wouldn't have pulled that. But how can they be if we're so busy worshiping them and licking their feet, licking their boots, eating their crumbs? Why would they bother being scared? The kingmakers are the elites. They pick the authors, they pick the directors, they pick the actor, they're chosen. Based some of them on bloodlines through witchcraft and, you know, ancient witchcraft. That means bloodline witchcraft over the ages. So they have the right bloodline. So they will be in line. One of their own. And it's, you know, it's about time we had that before a lot of people die. It'd be good to know why you're going to die. At least, you know, it's not some political reason. It's because you're not one of them, and they need to, you know, the thing is they actually need actual humans, but there's so many that have sold out that when it gets below a certain amount, it sort of goes Sodom and Gomorrah, you know, it becomes extinct. Ah. Okay, let's shift a little bit. I wanted to present the president, and I wanted you to hear him say that he was canceling all flights from Europe to the United States. I mean, and it goes without saying the other way too, because if you fly over there, you wouldn't be able to get back here on a round trip. so that, you know, flights are basically canceled both ways to Europe. And he didn't word it that way, but I mean, it just, if you do the math, if you do the logic, you can figure it out. But anyway, okay, so the intentional spreading. So what ends up happening is this stuff gets around, and they have it everywhere. And then sometime later, you know, within weeks or months or however long the fuse is, they start going, wow, the pandemic, and look at it explode. We got to stop these people. When the seed was already planted long before. You know, the thing was in the works 3 months ago with Gates, and then that experiment where 65 million people died, according to their theory, you know, when they war gamed it. And that Gates, others paid for the patent for the coronavirus COVID-19, and it was sold to China and erupted in China, but it's really a global weapon. And right now what they're doing is they're taking the data from it. If it was a kill shot, you'd never hear from the news media. There would be no quarantines. There would just be cleanup. So that's another thing to remember, and I'm not going to go on about it anymore. I mean, I'm sorry that, you know, the proper way to have an economy was implemented and then rejected by people who took a personal hatred of Trump. I'm sorry that made you want to be in food lines, but that's what you're going to be now. Please don't complain too, because I mean, I've already heard all this stuff, your complaints. I've heard them. Now that you're going to get what you want, please accept your poverty and your lack of options, and you got what you wanted. It's wrecked. Now, you should be happy. You should be happy. But I can see the same people complaining again and again. They're gonna scream about one thing. Now they're screaming about how Trump said it was a foreign virus, and somehow now he's xenophobic. I mean, if I were him, like I said, I wouldn't even run. I would get out. Get out. You know, you don't need this. But I'm well familiar with it because, like I say, when I had to leave LA, you know, it's sort of like, you know, you can put your name on something, but, you know, you have to have a pseudonym. And, you know, and then they're talking about being blackballed for being a communist. But the real blackballing is anybody with a brain. So you're not going to see anything on Netflix, Amazon, or any of these outlets unless it's, you know, propaganda. The biggest one is coming out this weekend, which is going to be which probably no one will go to because people don't go to theaters anymore, but called The Hunt, where rich elite liberals hunt deplorables. Again, rich elite liberals are out hunting deplorables, and they have, you know, by helicopters, they get to shoot them. And that's all they want to do is shoot the deplorables who obviously offended them by not having their goddess Hillary in. So now they want to make a movie about it. It's actually a Universal Propaganda Studios release. And it's, you know, I won't even go into the rest of the people that were involved in it, but they are absolute fools. Because they missed the chance to actually be witty about it. They couldn't just, you know, that's the thing about them. They have no wit. They have no humor. They're actually unread. And yet they accuse any deplorable of not being able to read. But they're the ones who don't read. They're the ones who are diseducated. They're the ones who don't know history. They're the ones who don't remember who the presidents were. They're the ones who don't know their own history and don't know the value of philosophy, or even who the philosophers were. They don't know anything. But they always say, if you're not on our side, you don't know how to read. You're like a buck-toothed, hillbilly ingrate, interbred. And they create these cliches, and then they rest on their laurels because nobody can challenge them. And so when you say, could you please give me a good story? So I go to the movie theater, it's like, got some classic bones. And the answer is no, you're going to get propaganda. The characters in the story will act politically correctly. They will, not commit any faux pas against the globalist left. They will be outraged at the xenophobia, the homophobia, and all these other things, and they will become the evil ones who need to be gunned down. Because this is China-style propaganda that these white boys in Hollywood are bringing to you and girls. Because they're clones of clones of clones. That's why I can't wait until you can see our film. I can't wait till you can see this. This will really, there'll probably be just the reaction will be, I think there will be a reaction on this one, just based on what it says about life and what it says about cloning and programming. And maybe they won't even know that they're that's who's being talked about, really. But that's another topic. I'm just saying that one of the problems that we have are that the programming now is derivative programming. It's derivative. And, it's clones of clones of clones of clones of clones. It's gotten so bad that, maybe God is allowing a pandemic in one way to try to wake some people up. I think it will have that effect. Usually if you're being quarantined and you have no food and no water, that team tends to get your attention, right? You're going to have to rebel. And they might shoot you. This is the kind of thing I want people to think about. It might be okay now, but in 3 weeks from now, it could be just, zombies hunting for food. And you may have to shoot some people. If they're coming to kill you and take what you have to eat, that's a very powerful motive. So, before we get to that point, and cannibalism, that goes on. All that's going to go on if they keep pushing it. I think what they're looking for now, because they don't want to lose more money, is I think what they're looking for now is agreement that, Trump et al., whoever the government is, will, and whoever the next government is, whatever the next administration is, they will make sure that people become docile and tamed. Now stop with the, nationalism or, populism and all that kind of stuff that started flaring up in Europe also. It's got to be put down. Now, that's not the Chinese way of doing things. And, those who are sticking up need to be hammered down. And I think that's really what's going on here, this power struggle. And I think they mean business. And I think what they mean to say is that if you don't get control of them and make them, abide by the rules, not the Constitution, but the rules. If you don't get a hold of them and get them to obey, the next one will kill a lot of people. And it won't be reported in the news. So I think, that's what I'm sensing with Trump, that he's really, because he was not pronouncing all his words, he was strained. And so I'm kind of reading the tea leaves a little bit, but what I'm seeing is that, he's spooked. And I think he's starting to really understand that what this world is. I don't think he really understood it back then because he'd been in his own life and a socialite, doing his own thing and, having a TV show. And, he'd been in a bubble. And I just believe that, and I think a lot of those people are in bubbles. A lot of these celebrities and stuff, they're in their little bubble that is basically a program. They are a program. And their job of being chosen, i.e. chosen to be out front and in the public eye, is because they have influence over others to behave likewise. I mean, back when Trump was the celebrity guy and all that, it was all about making money and, sports teams and, maximizing profits and, it's all about free market capital. It's all about really just materialism. I never really watched it because that kind of thing, bores me. Totally bores me. No, I tell you, it's the arts and totalitarianism do not go together. And a lot of these people that thought they were championing left-wing causes found that they were manipulated into a globalist scam. But again, they're programmed. They can't see out the program. They can't find their way out of it. As far as the other side, the patriotic, say right wing that wants to rebel against this thing, what they need to realize is it's a spiritual battle. This entire situation here is a spiritual battle first and foremost. And that if you want to, if you're tired of it, if you're tired of all the things you're seeing, if you're world weary, no, don't worry. There's going to be a good message here. Don't worry. You're going to feel good after a little bit here. I have to put out. I got to start where I start. Come on. It's not like you haven't been thinking the same thing. But now here's where it gets kind of fun. The solace and shelter I have, like when I think about Psalm 91, keeping the pestilence away from our tents. 10,000 die to the left, 10,000 to the right, but this pestilence will not come and touch your tent. Psalm 91. The Lord will protect you. The Lord will guide us. At some point, logic has to fall away. Like what I know about geopolitics, it doesn't really matter. The spiritual war is more prominent. And I had this just by the last film shoot I went through. It was like, there it was. There we were in this little arena. And there were the witches, and there were the people on the occult side, and there were the people that were just God-fearing, and then a lot of them were in the middle. But boy, oh boy, they just really don't like the God-fearing people because they're not used to it. They don't know what to do with that. Well, they're going to lose. You see, with the Lord I win, because here's the deal. Okay, so, a few people know me through my work, and it's been suppressed. And I could whine about it. I mean, I had the talent to do, to write my own ticket. All I had to do was just agree to be compliant. It would have helped if I were someone's slave as well. That was in the, say, the book industry or whatever, then it would have been fine. I could write long books about all kinds of philosophy, just as long as it didn't go over a certain line. Like I say, it's not Jesus. That's another aspect of this, but that's not the line really, except the fact that Jesus is truth. In that sense, that's the line, okay? But it's not really even about truth. It's about okay, people here in America are not woke or awakened or even conscious. They're programmed. They are programs of programs of programs. It's deep. The only thing that's going to get their attention is if God does something like allows the pandemic. Again, nothing is a surprise to God. He's not surprised that there is this pandemic going on. He has allowed it to happen because it will, jar some people awake, some people that need to be wakened up to realize it's not about building your houses and your fortunes here, or having people give you an attaboy, or having a plaque on the wall. It's all about getting out of this mess we're in. And, not just that, but I mean, finding out who our maker is, and then making that not just peace, but that bond and relationship, and that love and trust, and that worship, which can only go to the true creator. It doesn't belong anywhere else. We know it doesn't belong with material things, or worshiping celebrities, or guitar strings, or studios like my studio. I mean, it's interchangeable. I'll be gone. It'll be there. People will come take it away and dismantle it. The United States, which they obviously are at war with, will be dismantled. I think you have to really. Now Obama knows the game. He was a CIA baby, so he knows the game, but he's also a program, and he's not self-aware. He has been raised, and he's been raised a certain way, and he's just the way he is. But he just knows that he must police anything that threatens that cabal, if you will, of what we would call evil, but here they would call that establishment. The establishment. And all these people, they're just like all the Freemasons, and all my grandfather's a big-time Freemason, all his friends were all Freemasons, and they all believe one thing, that they're going to somehow ascend. Even in the end, they stay with it all the way to death because they feel like they're going to ascend somehow when they die. They have this false hope in this because it doesn't happen. You're dead, that's it. There's no ascending somewhere. Through faith in Jesus Christ, you have redemption, and to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. You go to where your love, your heart, your mind, you go, that's where you belong. You're there now. So, whether we abase or whether we abound, this surprise attack that happened from the Chinese, and in concert with the globalists, is unprecedented in a lot of ways. It just shows how desperate they had become. And in their lodges, in their secret societies, in their groves, in their places of worship, in their sacrificial places, they realized that they had to make a move, because the 2020 election would have been a landslide for Trump, which would have been more capital. In other words, the opposite, which would have been the economy and all that would have blossomed into new areas of economy, more expansion. They had to shut that down. They had to. And, they have to tell him that they don't want, I think now he'll probably listen to some of their demands, in the sense that, if someone has the ability to kill everyone on Earth, and they hold that gun to your head and they go, you will, at least play ball with us a little bit. Or we'll just start killing your people. Then you won't have a country to worry about. I think that's how nasty it gets back. We'll see what happens. I'm not speculating here about what I don't want to focus on politics. The president is not the number one focus of me. I focus more on Obama, actually, and I was actually pretty supportive of Obama, even though I was very critical. I was supportive and understanding. I even prayed for the guy, but my prayer fell on deaf ears, and I learned not to do that because he wasn't going to change. No, he's not going to change. He was raised from a baby. He's a CIA baby. He's a plant. They planted him there. They plant these people. They have, program multiples that have multiple personalities and different alters, and The whole thing is programming. Everything on Earth, it's all mind. It's all mind. It's all mind. I heard a guy talking yesterday. Thank you for that, by the way. And thank you for the birthday wishes and everything. And there's a lot that came in an email too. And I just have had very little time with being able to respond on emails and things. And it's been marvelous. It's because I've been editing sound. I've gotten through Reel 4 now. I mean, if you want to know my boring life, I've gone through Reel 4, and it's terrific. What a reel. I'm trying to smooth out some sound, some outside sound. I know this is going to sound geeky and boring, but I mean, I'm working on there's like a skeet shooting kind of thing going on, and outside there's like wind noises, with the mics. So we had like lavalier mics, and we had a boom mic, and we had all kinds of mics, like 4 or 5 mics, plus the camera had a mic on it. Or cameras, I should say, because we had 2 going at a time. And I like a little bit of that wind, for realism. Last time I went through this reel, I added some ambient, background, like, little birds and, official wind. You know what I mean? I replaced the wind with my own wind. Not to make a joke, but, with my own brand. And, it just wasn't as good, as authentic as a little bit of real wind. I don't like it popping on the mics, but I try to cut it just short of that. And so I get very meticulous. I get very into it, trying to really figure that out. And, in this editing thing, dialogue is king. So you want that dialogue. Some of the words actually had wind in them. And I didn't want to ADR it, which is basically getting the actor to redo the words in a studio, because that is artificial, and it comes through as artificial. It's a lazy man's way out. And so I work with it. And last time I cleaned all that wind away, and I couldn't understand what the word was. It's like, Lorian, or Sophia, put the gun in your mouth. And the word "put" had wind in it. I know I'm making you intrigued. No, it's gonna, for the right people, blow their mind. But I'm prepared, and I hope, whatever God has for it, it's fine. I don't know which way it's gonna go and how it's gonna be. I just know it's gonna be good. We'll do our end, but I think if audiences are smart, and because it makes you think about, it'll make you think about things, because there's so many interesting things about this film and making it and doing the story and finding out, and it's not a Christian story, and that doesn't matter. There's Christian things, that Christ in it, in the sense of truth, but this discussion about being programmed and the way that these things work in the CIA and with these traffickers and the drugs and the prostitutes and the assassins and they're all programmed, right? And the way they're dropped in also for science, for experiment. See, here's one aspect of it that you don't get, that people are dropped in your life. You better listen good here, because it's going to be good. It's going to be good. This is just giving you a little taste of where my head's at. People get dropped in your life, okay, by them, and you're under their microscope, because they know what effect that person's going to have on your life, and may throw it topsy-turvy. That, a good example would be, they always put, when there's a target, they're always going to put a pretty girl that would be exactly the taste of that person, and they'll drop them in the life and take the data from the interaction between the two. And part of it's an experiment, so they're taking data, and that's like goes on all over, all over the place, all around the world. And they're taking data, and then they might introduce drugs, and see what that does. And they might introduce, say, being falsely accused, or they might introduce, say, a disease or something. And, you know, they like to play out these stories, and then they take the data about, you know, they're looking for anomalous people who don't react the way that the predictive programming would have them react. And then they want to find out, what is it about that person that the predictive programming, what is it about that's not working? And then on those kind of people, then there are the chosen ones, and it's all wrapped up with programming, which also goes back to ancient witchcraft, is programming, right? Because that's the original programming. And that's what the CIA does, or the CIA think tank, CIA military-industrial complex. I was thinking about the stylistic love affair with past things like older technology like dental chairs and old television consoles. The kind of the way people act at football games and baseball games. You start to see their lives. You start to see it all unravel. And then you realize the real big time programmers were there 100 years ago. 200 years. In fact, part of Freemasonry is how to control and program other people. And as you go through the degrees, it's like you learn how to deprogram yourself, let's say, but really that's just falling into another program of superior delusion. And meaning you're superior to the population, but you're still under their control. And who are they? They are the occupying force. They are they're the master. The master of disaster. They're the ones giving you this wonderful existence. They're the problem that you need Jesus to be really bathed in the blood of Jesus to actually, and there has to be a love affair with God. It can't just be like, I want Jesus because I want to get out of here. You just have to fall in love with truth. If you love truth, you love Christ, but you may not even know it yet. But that's a deprogramming. But still, if one of us, who's not really programmable very easily, that we can fall subject to a bigger program, another program, a program in the same program as the other humans, where we are used to upset some apple cart somewhere, by them, thinking we're doing good, thinking we're doing wonderful work, thinking we're doing God's work when we're actually doing their work, and they're taking the data off us and, trying to figure out this non-programmable program thing. But it still falls under, if it has any kind of desire attached to it or ego, it falls under their control. Like, for example, if you feel you need to control things, then you're under their control. And what they'll do is try to frustrate you by making you understand, the Lord, if he loves you, of course, will break you of that, and he'll show that every time you try to control something, he will break you. Every time you give it to the Lord and have faith, and really forget about it, then you'll be, blessed with a little more. The Lord kind of leads us along as we can handle it. Is that programming? Well, it is in a way. I mean, it's programming in the sense that, but it's really, for me, it's like belonging. I belong to Creator because Creator created, and I'm a creation of Creator. So there's a love affair, right? There's a love affair right there. That's where I belong. I don't belong to the dust. I don't belong to the window. I don't belong to the Rolls Royce. I don't belong to the social club. I don't belong to, friends or spouse or, I belong to the one who made me. That's where the creation happened, I wouldn't be here. So I acknowledge, and the fact that my creator is a person who wants to be completely intertwined with me, who wants to help me, who wants to love me and wants love from me, and who's hard to see because we say he, but there's really no gender there. You know, I mean, that's just by convenience. We say that by a tradition. But it's a very mysterious relationship, isn't it? And I just ask the Father, please keep us all out of this horrible conundrum that we get into of slaves and masters and programs and hypnosis, and and right now it's like the kind of cognitive dissonance that's being created by this global pandemic is the fact that people are reporting that they had a sore throat and a fever and then they recovered. I mean, you're getting that kind of story that goes against the narrative of it's a global pandemic, we're all going to die. It's a global pandemic, we're all going to die, we'd already be dead. I had some nightmares about it last night in that I had been contaminated, and because I'd been around people that were contaminated, and nothing was happening, there were no symptoms or anything, but it was like what I learned was that everyone is contaminated. I think we talked about that a few days ago. The one thing that they can't control, okay, is they can't control the child of God going to his Father, going to his source, going to his maker. They can't block that from happening. They can try with propaganda, all the Jesus is homophobic and xenophobic and is for right-wingers and, and bucktooth inbred, whatever, people, white people of the South who are just steeped in ignorance, and they have let snakes bite them, and they have this whole cliche they do, and then they show the cool people who are like into, Ginsburg and, Alan Watts and, Ram Dass and, that was my generation, but then after that, the cool writers of today with their, 50 Shades of this and sexploitation and, the cool approved of sci-fi people. These people are never going to frickin' get a clue until they find out. They've all been programmed, and the books program them. The books hypnotize them. The stories, the Netflix, the Amazon, because it's coming from clones. We're also clones. I mean, literal clones. There's that too. It's like if you want to be a real boy, Pinocchio. You know what I'm saying? It's like, meaning the allegory is to be a real person needs to go to, have that relationship with the maker. You can't be real by trying to make your way in the world. You might have, you might develop some street smarts and realize what you got to do to survive, but basically at best it's a problem reaction solution kind of knee-jerk sort of rote reflexive association with someone you don't know, and that someone is you, whom you don't know. You're watching them go through the social rigors and the trained commands of getting along in society, and you're going, well, I don't really relate. I'm not happy. I can't relate to watching myself go through these, especially, I used to feel all guilty. I'd go socialize, and I'd give people compliments that I didn't like and things like that, so I put diluted on. I mean, what the hell was I trained to do? you know, and the same thing in Hollywood. It's like, well, you know, if you really want to get somewhere, you learn to schmooze. It's like, yeah, you do need time, and then, you know, you can pretty much write, you know, don't tattle on Harvey Weinstein, and you too will go far, you know. And so that's been the deep dark secret of pedophilia for I don't even know how long, but as long as I've been alive. But it's not just Hollywood. It's all of Los Angeles. It's all of New York. It's all of, you know, Boston. It's all of Paris. It's all of, I mean, there isn't any place where it's not raging. The only thing that I sort of, you know, these guys all have these Polaroid cameras. Have you noticed that? You people that were abused. Didn't they take nude pictures of you with the Polaroids? Pass them around? Well, I went through that. Isn't that awful? Because you didn't have to turn the film in. But then there was still evidence, right? Yeah, they would have their Polaroids, and they just couldn't wait to get into their orgies and different things. And of course, in a lot of these orgies, there would be children involved, you know. And you know, this was just a very peculiar generation of satanic people, and yes, they were all intertwined with big business and, you know, big charities and big this and big that, and then they all had this other thing going on. And nobody could say anything about it negatively because it was society. So how are they? You couldn't talk. If you said anything, you'd just be the odd man out. You'd be the oddball, the weirdo, and you'd be removed from the country club roster. You'd be, you know, that's the end of your golf game. You know what I mean? So you go along to get along, but then, you know, you sacrifice your own children, right? You got two choices. You teach them to comply, meaning, you know, tell them to, you know, to go have sex with the adults, or you tell them, you know, keep your integrity, and, you know, when you grow up and you figure out what you want to do and what you want to explore, you do it, but don't do it because you're a slave, or don't sell your kids into slavery before they. How about these parents now that give their kids hormones so they won't become, you know, of age or go through puberty? They go, well, it's their decision. It's like, these kids don't know what they want. They have to be allowed to grow up, and that for some are actually talking about trying to make it legal to castrate their sons, you know, so that they can be, you know, little girls, and they say it's fine because when they were 3, they knew what they wanted to be. No, stop. Don't moralize about it. Just look at it as a work of art. Do you see Dante's Inferno? Do you see some of the grandiose art of the past? Do you see why snuff films were acceptable in Hollywood by semi-famous people like Hunter S. Thompson? Do you understand what the government is? Do you understand who the governors are? That you're allowed, if you're going to play the game, you're allowed to the extent that you get rid of people that are undesirable or in the way, you can move up. It's brutal. You know, a lot of these politicians, like Biden and all that, I guess that guy's senile now. It's very sad watching. But you see, the people are so stupid and so deeply programmed that they can't see the irrelevance of even themselves. So, I think, you know, the main thing I do is I pray at night a lot about handing over my anxieties and things to the Lord. And the Lord takes them off of me. And I realize there's things I got to do to improve, and, you know, but I've learned kind of in a way to, like, I can't control everything, obviously. And I just have to, if this was me and they tried to pull this crap, 20 years ago, I'd say, oh, well, you can lose everything. They can take everything from you and you can just wind up as in a shelter somewhere. Well, then if that's what God has for me, see, I'm just going to have to blindly trust the Lord because I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to have to go with make adjustments as my life changes, as they change it with their attacks. I may have to suffer greatly. I may suffer, being euthanized, because of my age, because I'm not convenient for them. And, but whatever that is, I must just give that to the Lord too. I can't control it. Just like, businesses that are hurt, investments that are hurt, different things like that that are trashed because of what they've done. There's nothing I can do about things that I have built or the fact that we might not be able to show this film in Europe coming up here because they're canceling everything. So that's France, canceled. No worries. I just do whatever God has for me to do. I'm gonna, I believe we had unction on the film, so we're gonna finish it. We'll just do the best we can do. That's all we can do. We can't control it. Yeah, this is the only film that you're gonna see probably in your entire life that will have, they have its own unique thing about them and programs and dropping in and people trying to escape on their own. It really is strange what we learned after the assembly editing the film. We learned, first of all, we had way too much footage. We had a lot. We had enough for a 2.5 hour film, and I said to myself, how could we have shot that much in such a short time? What we did is a miracle. So we could pick and choose from the best of the best. So, as we started getting into the story, and I'm, me being the writer, of course, dialogue and everything, I'm learning from some of the dialogue that we're really dealing with a program here. And that informed a lot of decisions because it was all throughout. It was all like, on the one hand, it dealt with human trafficking and abduction, but on the other hand, it was not about that at all. And that's what just makes it such a delight. For people that don't like things on the nose and it causes people to think a little bit about what, there is no hero, let's just put it that way. And things are not as they seem. That's another thing I could attach to this. You were kind of thinking that maybe the girl would escape and she wasn't like the others, and then you learn a whole new dark thing, a whole new thing that's even darker than the setup in the beginning, about life, about reality, about the inescapability of the situation, about the fact that people say they're not going to go back. I learned something about the song Simulacra that I did with Kelly, where she goes, same dialogue, I'm not going to go back. And then she winds up going back. In Simulacra, she goes back. I'm not going to go back, she says, and then she goes back. Same thing happens here. Well, when I say back, what does that mean? It doesn't mean a life. It's very mysterious. What? I have given nothing away. I've given nothing away. At most a sliver. Well, there has to be some enticement. It's something that, we're working hard on making as smooth and beautiful and insane composer we have for music. It's just unreal. And I played for you one of the music tracks that we got from Sleep Thieves that's going to be great. And, you know, I never got any trouble from our team, you know, people that we work with, and, you know, never really bothered me or judged me, you know what I mean, for my journey. Nobody ever, even my producer, you know, my co-producer, I guess, because we produced together, but I mean, nobody ever gave me any trouble. You know, none of those guys. They're all independent producers. Nobody, composer, nobody. They're all been very supportive. Not like, you know, wanting to go on the same journey I'm on right now. Exactly. But nobody gave me trouble. Like, I would always ask our director, I'd say, you know, do you think maybe if I was just like gone or dead, do you think that it would be better for the film, and maybe all you guys would do better if I was just gone and dead? Maybe if I just died, or wasn't here, or was never born. Wouldn't that have made the film better? I mean, wouldn't it have made it like okay now, you know? Would that finally be all right? If I just like, if I was just never here, but then you wouldn't have the screenplay. So I don't know what you'd do. But I mean, if I could just, is this journey of trying to figure out what this is all about? That's all I really tried to do in the beginning. You know, I tried to find out what was the gang stalking all about. Why did that happen? And I, you know, I learned everybody knows about it. But me, I'm the only one that didn't know about it. Like where it came from. Everybody I knew about it. My mother knew about it. Everybody. But me. A program and a program. On the Truman Show. The house, the wife, the car, it was all, you know, a setup. The job. Unless I had a field day taking data off that one. So you see, that is where the problem is. That's where the stigma is. Right in there. Right there. That's the stigma. Right there. Right there. Right there. Forget all the New Age gurus. Forget about anybody else talking truth. Forget about all the books out there. That, right there, and you can see it, is the nerve. Right there. The only reason that I had to deal with that, and of course, you know, what I didn't tell them was, but you're a program of a program. In many cases, of a program of a program. You know, several times removed from the original person. And you were there to program me, but you didn't even know what you're doing because you didn't even know yourself that you're a program, you see? And you thought you were handling me, but the handlers are all programs and programs and programs. They're not even anywhere near the original person they could have, should have, would have been. They're not even close to reality. They're completely deluded. Completely controlled. The controllers are the most controlled. The handlers are the most controlled. The little doctors taking the data points are the most controlled. Then they think you have, let's say, a lamb on the Truman Show. And the reason you're a lamb is because obviously nothing worked on you. So you didn't get integrated. So now they have to create a Truman Show, a little playpen that you think is real to deal with you. Because they can't let you actually touch that nerve. Because it all might become unraveled. You know, but for everybody. So, enter in Corona Baby. The Corona Baby is going to be fun to watch people flip out at the mall, you know. Like something just goes, oh my God. I haven't lived one day as a human. I never was born. I was never here. I thought you weren't here. I was trying to help you become a person when I'm the one that wasn't the person. And you were real, and I was not real. You were the truth, and I lied. I said I was your friend, but I was sent in by others who wanted to, you know, mold you into something else. You know, to get you to be on the same page, to retrain you, that because the first thing didn't hold, or the whole thing is psychology, psychiatry. The whole thing is doctors and spooks and programs and setups, and none of it's real. It's all fake. The whole damn thing. Every single person in this country is fake. All of them are assigned to other people. All of them have to report back to whoever their boss is in the social circle. Nobody is free unless it's Jesus. Everybody is doomed to fail. 100% guarantee. Because without the Lord, there is no escape. There is just this conundrum ad nauseum forever and ever and ever. Hell, hell, and more hell. Even in Zen Buddhism, or any kind of Buddhism, meditation is not an escape. It's a way of coming into the truth, yes, but meditation does not reprogram an individual. No, sir, it does not. If that were the case, boy, I'll tell you, you'd have a lot of free people walking around who don't. So maybe this corona thing will be a blessing in disguise. Maybe some people will wake up. When I say wake up, I just mean to know that you were made and you have a maker and there's a place for you to go for redress. The Almighty God. That's the only really vector out. There's everything else is a closed door. It's just a program and then a program and then a program. Eventually you become just like, you know, a million programs. No point of view. No mind. No soul. No purpose. You know, so you go, well, I see these people that say, well, I'd like to be a, you know, this or that, or I got stories and I want to do this and that. And you read their stories and it's like, and they don't make the mark, obviously. Because to make the mark as a storyteller, you actually have to tell a story. You're kind of a no-brainer, but they don't even know that much. They just want to be in the game somewhere. They say, well, I got a publishing deal. The little murder mystery I wrote. It's like, yeah, you write your little murder mystery. As long as you got some, you know, if you put the correct things in there, you'll do just fine. Telling each other meaningless stories about crimes that will be solved through the legal system. The legal system. Do we have a legal system? When did that happen? Or gritty, the corrupt legal system, buying people off, cement shoes, and the rest of it. You can tell stories like that as long as it has this overarching order of, you know, like when I saw Scorsese's The Irishman, a complete unconscious piece of work. completely unconscious, completely, safe. And dull. It's like as they get older, they get dull, right? They start, De Niro's dull. He's dulling. Joe Biden's dulling. Scorsese's dulling. You don't want that dull thing to happen to you. You got to fight that. And so I see this thing, The Irishman. I'm mildly amused, and the grittiness of it, and the fact that there's caught up in the game about this guy's got to die, then that guy's got to die, then this guy's in the way, and that guy was undertaken, or the one they did, the Jimmy Hoffa thing, and there's that. 100% inside the lines. Nothing really what I would call unsafe. Nothing that would go toward, something like, what does this mean? Now, another person can say, yeah, but I learned that there are people hurting out there. I need to help them, and that became my defining moment. Yes, as long as it's aligned with the Almighty God, if that's whatever God has you go on, it becomes a defining moment. Now, I had this film project to go on to try to get over the grief of my daughter, and it was one reason. And it did all that. It became a help, and it got into very dangerous territory, the story, and it disturbed a lot of people along the way. But, it was truth. It was honest. We'll see if it gets out the light of day. We still have some ways to go on it. We still have, a lot of visual effects still left to go. And music's almost done. The sound editing is almost done. The cut's done. Pretty much done. But still a ways to go to the finish. But you'll see it. Everyone's going to want to see it. People that don't know us don't want to see it. It's just a story that's very, very intriguing. Kingdom is within its game over, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I can see getting into this racket. I mean, how much money are we talking about? You hit the jackpot, you only have to be right like once a year, and then you can coast. Yeah, maybe you just coast.
And that's the reality we find ourselves in today. I'm sorry to inform you.
Oh, hello.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry to inform you that this sort of thing exists, and it's really out there for very weak-minded people that are desperate, people that are just, and they're waiting and waiting and waiting for this event to occur. whatever. They thought, end of the world, possibly the rapture, and all this other stuff that, what I've noticed is that a lot of these people are, that are providing this sort of thing. They made an industry out of it, so they're not really suffering. You know what I mean? They're not really suffering. The people that are suffering would be, there's an echo in this thing, and I just don't even know where to begin to turn it off. And I know it's not coming out there, but I'm hearing it here in these, in the headphone thing. Maybe because, let me see if. Check, let's see if I can hear that. No, I can't really hear that. Yeah, okay. Test. Oh, that's better. No, not better. No. That's actually worse. Okay, I'll plug it back in there. Check, okay. Well, technical issues. Okay, so that's not resolved. And why there's a little slight delay that's driving me nuts, I don't know, but I'll just have to turn the headphones way down. And I'm still talking, so I'll just talk without wearing cans. I can go by the meters. I know it sounds pretty decent. Let me check that again. Does that sound decent? Check 1, 2. That sounds pretty good, actually. Okay. Okay, so, big topic. And it also goes to spiritual warfare because, at the end of the day, a lot of people have spent a lot of time, energy, money, not to mention their own disappointment, losing faith, that they spent a lot of capital, and really, I've got people that are telling me, that this is it. They just get to a state of this is it, that's kind of, like sell everything, and they're outside right now waiting to be picked up. And I go out there too. I understand. I'm here. The Lord's here. The Lord's there too. And, this happens. And, the people that defend the false, let's say, usually they have big shows. A lot of them are psychopaths. It's they prey upon people. They prey upon the gullibility of people. And, they prey upon the desperation because they know you wouldn't even be around Jesus if you weren't hurting in some way, right? You wouldn't be seeking the Lord if everything was just so splendid. You couldn't believe it, and you never had a bad day, and your everything is a go, and there's no, if the world is wonderful and all that, you're not going to be seeking Jesus, right? You're seeking Jesus when you're troubled, when you're upset, when you're hurting, when you're asking the Lord for a healing, when the doctors aren't going to work and nothing's happening and you're dying and you want help, you're calling out to God for peace, for direction, for joy, for things that you lack, then you learn we need the Lord to complete us, because without the Lord we're empty shells. That requires a conscious effort on our part to reach out to the Lord, a conscious effort. Okay, not just given. I mean, it's given, but you must, sort of be involved. So these charlatans, they know you're involved. They know that you're hurting. They know you're sensitive. They know you're good people. You give the shirt off your back to someone who is suffering. They know you're that kind of person. So it's a perfect setup for them to take advantage. I mean, all over the internet. And okay, you could say, well, the 23rd isn't over yet, but I mean, it's over in Asia. So, it's over in, it's slowly going to be over in Europe and Eastern Europe, Russia. And then pretty soon it'll be over here. And I guess they're looking now what the latest thing is. You're not going to believe this. They're on to a date in October now. And they're fueled by they're taking the blood moons, the eclipse, the eclipse in 7 years, Rosh Hashanah, the 23rd, all this info data and data points, and saying, you see? And then they're also saying that God said, this is all God, all this, and we're pointing it out to you, what God is doing. And I don't mean to play that. My song is very, it's sarcasm. It's satire and it's sarcasm, okay? Because that's, a very kind of good, clean way to really express anger. The anger, I'm sure you've been duped in the past. I've been duped. And it's no fun. It's no fun. It's no fun to be... It's no fun to get your hopes up for something only to be dashed. I mean, I remember we went through a very nihilistic period. I mean, I guess I'm still in that period where Frankie and I would, he was the producer here for, I don't know, a lot of years, and he's a listener now. And he had us. He was the one that put us on WWCR, but I felt there was no need to re-up it, although I might. You know what I mean? But because they're all programmed for these, again, for the charlatans. And it's hard to break through that. So I just, get out on the internet with this and let it find the audience, in a mysterious way. Because I've been so hurt and duped and taken advantage of in the past by this same thing. I mean, and that song was completed in 2013, by the way. So it's been a perennial for the last 4 years. We've been playing it every year because it seems that every year, right in September, right in you got the holy days, you got the harvest, you got the pagans, you got everybody going crazy. That's when they like to roll out these prophecies. Now, when this blows, they're going to say, we didn't say that. And here's what they always do. We didn't say that anything was going to happen on the 23rd of September. We're looking more toward, October, and these, World War III and all those things are in place to happen. So a lot has happened leading up to this date. And we're at the brink of a nuclear war. I mean, we're at the brink of extinction right now. You can't say, and then I could rebut that and say, well, I was at the brink of extinction in 1986. I was at the brink of extinction during the Cuban Missile Crisis. I've been at the brink of extinction my entire life. Now, you said there was a date. You said the 23rd. You said either rapture, end of the world, something. Unless Kim Jong-un launches those rockets and gets going, which they're not immune from, and even if they did that, it would still not get people off the hook who are taking money for the whipping up the fervor for the 23rd, because when they whip up a date, what happens? They part you from your money because you don't need money where you're going. Whether you are annihilated in a nuclear war or raptured, you both have a similar conclusion. You're not here. So what do you need with money? So hand it over. We have expenses here at our ministry. So you can sing the praises of that song. You can share it wildly. I think it's on SoundCloud. It's certainly on my Facebook page on SoundCloud. You ought to, I use music like that as spiritual warfare, and the production is excellent. So, it makes a very powerful statement. And it's also humorous, you know what I mean? Because I always believe in humor. I believe in comedic stuff. So, I know it's kind of early this morning. So that's the thing. But I know people don't do that. People can't really relate to music. I understand that. They don't understand the utility or value of it. And when we were kids, we all had, that was pretty much it. Everything revolved around that, these various records we had and different things. And when I could identify with a record, it really, really pounded in. I really got into it. But I see that there's a weird, like, mind control thing, I guess, that it has to be approved of by the man or it doesn't exist. Something to that effect, which we musicians have, especially independent voices like us, and people I work with and other people out there, they've just been destroyed. And there's no justice. And I am here to say I did get a word from the Lord, a little word, tiny word. And that word is, there will be justice. I don't know what form it's not going to punish people that don't listen to your music. Although, you can fantasize all you like. It's more like you're not doing it in vain, and there will be an answer. You will have a response. You will one day have an answer to your pain, which is the pain of rejection, the pain of it's really sad. It's also the same thing for painters and novelists and pretty much I've run the gamut. I've also been produced and had some success here and there too, but it's always the same thing. There's this is not our world, okay? And that if you want to really be heard, there's a few prerequisites, and it's not following Jesus. Just put it that way. And then there'll be the exceptions who, did it, the earnest way, and you look at them and go, why can't I be like that? And it's because you're not maybe seeing the whole picture. You're seeing it in a very simplistic way. The other thing, it just has to do with timing. Although most people I know in any kind of entertainment are compromised. I don't really know anyone that isn't really in some way, or having been in the past, and they can kind of nod, wink their way through it, even if they're not participating. There's this kind of, there's like a tacit agreement about sin, and as we know, the wages of sin are death. So I don't want to go too much into that, but one day you will be avenged, because it's actually vengeance. When this is, it's almost, some of the, and you have to understand, this is like 90% of the artists out there, whether it's film people, or whether it's, I know plenty of great directors, I'm sure you do too, looking at YouTubes and things that you go, gosh, I wonder why that's not, and there just isn't any justice, but see, what motivates me, why I create so much, is because I'm not doing it for the world. I'm doing it because it's got to be done, because there are people out there that need to hear it, even if there's two. And then I'm doing it for the Lord, because there will be a, like a wake up in the morning and everything is normal. Like, yeah, you're a going thing. It's not, it's not this horror, this terrible horror movie that you're locked into. And so as we're dealing with, the world, the end of the world, all that stuff, and you deal with the people that feel rejected already, and they feel hurt, they feel angry because they're mad at, why can't there be any justice? Really, it says when you're a creator and you're ignored, it's like you've been violated, like you've been raped, or like you've been murdered, and it's not the fault of the people that are ignoring it. It's not necessarily, you know what I mean? It's just part of a really horrible battle and it's very unfair, and it's beyond unfair. Actually, it's actually abuse. Okay, it's actually abuse. And then someone say, well, no one told you to do that. It's like, no, I moved to do whatever art I do because I moved to do it for whatever reason. It's in me to do. So it's not like I have an option. It's not like I have a choice. I must do it. And it's perfect for people that are rejecting it. It's perfect for them. It's just spot on, as opposed to Babylon, And crickets grow up, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares. And after a while of that kind of rejection and nobody cares, and then you go, well, maybe you're just not good enough. Oh, no, most of the people that are very dedicated and been at it, years on end. I know most of you out there have been, at it more years than you wish to count. So you paid your dues. It's just unfair. It's ridiculous. And so there has to be a shift, and I'm going to teach you how to do that right now. Because I produce more than anybody, more than anyone, even when it's almost impossible to do. Well, maybe not more than anyone. I know there's DJs out there that, when you start in with that stuff, you can get 10 tracks a week going. But so, all right. So, but what's the key? What's the motivating? Why is there joy in it for me? And the reason there's joy in it for me is, well, to me, it's no different than the talking. It's all about sound, you know. So it's not really even about any individual song or movement or thing, because some of the things I do are not songs. They're more like a thing. But it's all an expression the same way as I'm talking to you right now. It's all, you know, an expression. And I'm not, you know, what motivates me is I have something I must get out that has to be said, and it will be heard by the people that need to hear it. I don't know on whatever schedule, but I don't need to worry about that because my Lord has got me going, so I'm doing it for him. I know you've heard that before, but there's a difference in hearing that and doing that. There's a difference in hearing the word and then doing the word. You know, we do our work, whatever it is, for the Lord. Because in spiritual warfare, if you belong to Jesus, they will kick you in the balls. They will reject you. They will unfairly reject, you'll eventually get a complex like, the spirit of rejection is very dangerous. Leads people to suicidal behavior and everything else. I know it's very, very, very upsetting, and there's been a lot of people who've lost their lives because they couldn't handle the world ignoring something they just wanted to share in earnest. And people send me stuff too, and I listen, and I don't get back to them, and I'm rejecting them. Now I'm not rejecting anyone. I'm trying to fit in time to do everything I have to do, including listening to people's tracks that send me tracks, and they want me to listen, and I'm very happy to listen, but I have to get the right moment. There's no point in listening while I'm doing 15 other things. You know what I mean? And could I at least set aside 5 minutes and listen to something? Not if I'm not in that mode. No, I can't. So am I hurting someone else? No. If they take it that way, I'm not hurting them. Just like the people that you think are ignoring you, they're not hurting you. They're not doing it. It's a situation. It's a milieu that you exist in. You're a victim. They're ignoring you no matter what you do. You're invisible. You have no life, especially you people getting older. You feel that pretty strong, right? You're pretty much invisible now, yeah? When you're younger, there's all kinds of possibilities. But when you get older and you make music or you make art or whatever, they ignore you. The world ignores you. When you're younger, not so much, but when you're older, yes, they ignore you. No matter what it is, they're not going to click it on. No matter what you say, no matter what you do, they're just not interested because you're older. They've been programmed to reject older, see? It's not your fault. It's not even their fault because most of those people out there are not even aware of themselves. I mean, you look at the brain dead zombies out here in America. I mean, it's a joke, posing as a country, but it's a total joke. I mean, these people are. I'm going to grab the mic here. Getting all warmed up. But anyway, the word I have for you is there will be justice, and justice in the form. What form justice? What form justice? I would say this, the form of justice. For example, you could say, well, the rejection of the world has mounted up on me and made physical inroads on me to where I'm dying now because of the rejection of the world. Now, that's probably the saddest thing I've ever heard. The world, I couldn't take it, and my body has taken the hit. And so I'm very diseased and dying because the world's treatment of me. Would it be too much to ask, Lord, if you could help me? Crickets. And then, it goes from there. You can just take your pick on how miserable you want to. Just take the misery dial, just start inching it up. You can get even more. I've lost my feet, I've lost my arms, I've lost my this, I've lost my that because I'm getting older. All I wanted was just to be accepted and have a place in the world, and I guess that was just not. I just must have done something wrong. I'm going to go look in the mirror now and try to analyze everything I've done. This, I've done that, I've done this, I made those mistakes, but so did the other guy who's enjoyed a really nice ride, and I seem to have only gotten, a complete wall of rejection, complete steel barrier wall of not just rejection, but weaponized hostile murderous rejection, almost like, how dare you create anything? You should go kill yourself. So now we're edging into the realm of spiritual warfare here, because that's complete BS. You know, that is the devil. That is, they get you weakened and disappointed because your life didn't take off right. It didn't happen. You're disappointed. Things didn't work out the way you thought you would. You're lonely. You're suffering. You're suffering, no question. So the enemy comes in and goes, a weak one. Be no problem to pick this one off, because they want to kill you. You know, the whole point of life here on Earth is they want to kill you. So it's all one big test to see if you're going to give in. Right? I got a weak one now, Joe. Yeah, Beelzebub, I got a weak one now. Well, go in for the kill. Come on, go in for the kill. Tell them they suck so bad they ought to just put a bullet in their head, you know? And so then it goes to that extent. And you know, think of the other artists, too, that have been driven nuts. Okay, you had, you know, the famous one is Van Gogh or Van Gogh, depending on, you know, where you came from, okay? So I'd say Van Gogh, even though I know that's wrong. Okay, so Van Gogh was driven nuts by rejection. I mean, probably the whole theme of Van Gogh and his brother, Vincent Van Gogh and his brother, I guess his name was Theodore or something like that, Theo. Well, anyway, you know, and he had galleries in Paris, you know, so it's so, you know, horrible that, you know, that Van Gogh could not sell anything, and yet was the most brilliant. And you know what he sells for today, right? You know, any Van Gogh. I mean, the famous ones, forget about it. It's there's no amount of money, you know, it's whatever, if someone's willing to let it go for, you know, so someone could probably pay, I don't know, 200 million, 300 million, 500 million, a billion. I don't know. There's just no price on some of those. On some there is. But it was not to be in this life. Another, he was tortured, driven completely nuts. And I think, you know, he was pretty much into the absinthe, I'm pretty sure. I'm not a complete positive, but something drove him, you know. I mean, it drove him to a point of self-mutilation, obviously, and things like that. He really just couldn't handle the rejection, but he was driven to paint. He had a vision that was not like other people at all. And he really, you know, was a misfit pretty much, and you know, to the impressionist of that day, let's say. He's got these almost like phantasmagorical, kind of nightmarish, but oddly beautiful scenes of his perception of the world. And it's so precious today, it's unbelievable. But that one, the best one, was rejected. Where have I heard that before? The best one was rejected. Where have I heard that? The stone of the corner, they rejected the cornerstone. Where have I heard that before? And where have I heard, I saw Kelly posted restoration. I tried to find it. I couldn't find it now. Trish told me she put up restoration, one of Kelly's tracks, about the Lord restoring us. Is almost like the Job restoration. And the thing about it is the restoration is really in the spirit. When you turn, it's almost like two different fuel systems. You have one fuel system that's running on the world's energy, right? And, you know, when we're babies, we want to be loved by our mommies, right? We want to be picked up and held. We want to be accepted. We create something in the sandbox. Mommy says, "Oh, look what a great job you did with that." You know what I mean? And we want that. So the world is one big mommy, okay? And then comes the dividing line, the spiritual warfare, because the enemy knows who you are in Christ, even if you don't even know anything about it yet, right? The enemy's already working on you ahead of time because it's coming at you from outside. You're already being persecuted, even before you know who God is, because of who you are and who you don't know. You don't even know who you are, but they do, and you will come to know yourself. I guarantee it. So the thing is that when you're a child of the Most High God, the first thing it's going to happen, what's the first thing they're going to do? Reject you. I don't care if you're a carpenter, a builder, a dentist, an actor, a musician, a song and dance guy. It doesn't matter. You will be rejected even if you're better than everyone else. People will look at you and they'll hear, say, talking to musicians again, we'll hear your music and we'll say, wow, this would happen with my writing, especially with novels. I would get this kind of, there's no justice here. That should be published or whatever. I get that with music too. That should have been, you should have been doing films. It's like, well, no, it's not going to work out. You don't understand. I have to be rejected, you see? I must be. Maybe not by friends and, people in here at the Zeph Report, and you're all my friends and basically fam, at this point. That goes for, there's thousands of you out there, and they're not millions because there aren't millions in the world. There's thousands in the world, maybe not millions, that are this particular vibe, this particular spirit. Okay? You're a pretty wily bunch. But the one thing you all have in common is, and this can happen in relationships, it can happen in anything, like a deal you're looking for. That's why I'm going to teach you a couple of strategies, because I'm pretty successful at self-motivating, in the midst of all this, with no. But first, let's characterize it further. Okay. So, the one you belong to, the best the world has ever produced, was rejected. Completely. You will not escape that same rejection of the world because the world cannot accept you. That means you artists out there, they're not going to accept, you might be able to do a little something here or there, or do a little band here and there, or do, you have your little cottage industries, but it's never going to be the world. You know what I mean? It's never going to be what we all probably hoped for when we were kids, It's never going to be anything satisfactory because of what's in you. The world cannot have anyone like you they have tokens around, but it's a token. They can't really do it because never the twain shall meet. The two spirits are anathema. The spirit of the world and the spirit of Christ are pretty much incompatible. Now, there's really sinister levels of this stuff. For example, you can go into a church and be rejected because of Christ in you. Yes? How many of you have had that experience? I see a show of hands, present and future. Yes. Yes, well, then you understand. Did you do anything wrong at church? Did you say some stupid thing? Did you harass anyone? No, you were just being yourself. And it didn't work out. And the job didn't work out, and this didn't work out, and that didn't work out, and the family reunion didn't work out, and the high school reunion didn't work out. It just pretty soon it can mount up to the point where you just feel like you're the worst thing that's ever breathed air. But no, you're the best. You're the best because the same exact thing happened to Jesus Christ. I mean, it's exactly the same. He was rejected because he was the best. And look, you know how the world works. The world is, I'm going to be a little bit facetious, but, a little bit jaded here. But the world is, basically, a pedogate network posing as a world. The world is an evil player. The world is corrupt. And if you don't know how to work iniquity, to actually work it, then they can't really have you around because the top people in the world, I don't even want to say what every once in a while Alex Jones will say something about what they do in private. I can't bring myself to say it. It's just so disgusting. So I'm not going to. Because it's just, it's ew, it's, you know what I mean, right? If that's their initiation rites, the stuff they do behind closed doors, if that's how kings and presidents or prime ministers or movers and shakers, You know, they basically have to invite Satan into their bodies. You know, some people, you know, this is the absolute bare minimum initiation into the world system. You must belong to Satan. You must invite him in. You must give up all hope at anything else, and you must join the collective. Okay? And that is the only way you're going to, you know, avoid this you know, what you're trying to avoid right now. You're taking the pain now. Look, you're paying for it. They're getting a free ride. And they say in their song, I mean, there was an Edgar Winter song, come on and take a free ride. You didn't take that free ride. It was not free anyway. All right? There is no promised land. You could... The only hope there is in Jesus, and in him there is no shame, you see. We have the victory in him right now. We don't need a magical date of the 23rd or the 28th or the 2nd or the 4th or, you know, or Halloween or anything else. It's done. Yeshua beat it. It's all cool. So now I'm talking to a couple of people right now, and I'm going to get to the heart of it. You create because you're like a child, you know, that artist in you is a child and wants to create. You create not for the world, and the world won't acknowledge. The world has not hurt you. The world has not killed you. The world has not taken your music or art or whatever it is away. You've been unable to cope with it because your mindset has been in the world. It has been through a lens of worldliness. And in that sense, in that comparative reality, it's just pure unadulterated pain. But it's an incorrect perception because you're not in the world. And so a comparison of the world, like, you know, they killed me. You know, statements like, well, they destroyed my music. I was going along, but then I gave up because nobody cares. No matter what I do, nobody cares. And you have to understand, that's 100% spiritual warfare. Number one, everybody cares, but we're embattled here. The people, even brethren, trusted brethren, if you feel like they're ignoring you, they're not. It's not them. It's in you that's getting the feeling of being ignored, and you're projecting that out onto them. But you're doing all the work because you're not producing for the right reasons. If you want to produce work, it's not to have some idiot listen to it. Who gives a shit? There's something else that gets us to create. For example, okay, I create a track. Well, I'm talking about that because I'm sitting in the studio. Boy, you guys would love to see a periscope of this. This is a pretty cool room. I've been working on it, you know, trying to get control of the wires, make it kind of, it's good. I'm sitting in here. I got my feet up on the desk, and I did a repair. I had to do a major repair in here. Oh my God! But we did it, so I didn't have to have a tech come here. I need some lights that burned out on some of the. We got some beautiful little lights on some of this equipment. It's like Christmas every day, and I like to get those lights repaired. Trying to jimmy in this Fender amp. Well, you know what I mean, but I think I've created there's like an opening in the middle now, and the drum kit, which took up a lot of room, was like into the corner where it's still perfect so there's room to kind of be in the room, and it's just a lot more inviting now. But the kit, it's hard for me to get rid of the kit. I don't really need the kit. All I need is the module, you know what I mean, that's with the kit, the TD50. That's all I really need to be able to create whatever. But, at some point I could just say all I need to do is whistle. I don't really need any equipment. I don't need anything. But it's pretty cool. It's a nice atmosphere. It hadn't been that long time. It's been wires, and you trip over this and you trip over that. And I'm trying to, I'm working on it, right? Trying to make it like have a nice flow. The only problem is I don't want to see myself on any camera. But so there you go. Anyway, back to the lesson here. Okay, so you don't. And why do I have the people say, well, why do you have it? Why did you go to all this trouble? It's like, because I like good sound. That's why. I love good sound because I like, and we're going to listen to a couple of recent tracks. I like good sound. And it's sort of like, and that's no guarantee. But at least if you're got something going on and you're able to produce it, yeah. And you say, well, why go through all that trouble if nobody cares? It's like, because it's not for them. It's not for, friends that are fans of music and stuff. Yeah, it's for them too. It's definitely for them. I'm definitely communicating. But the main impetus for doing the work, and sometimes I find myself falling asleep here, sitting up, and there's been many times where I've been mixing something and then I just fell asleep with my hands on the dials. It's like, why are you doing that? It's like, what's driving you? Well, what's driving me is I've got to get it done. I don't know it's in me. It's got to come out. I got to get it done. I don't care about anybody else right now. I'm trying to get this thing right. I want to learn. I want to get this, why did I choose that? And then mistakes of the past, you fix on the next one, right? So you made mistakes, that didn't work out. So on this next one, I'm going to make sure I do it this way. So there's that push for excellence. That's the great mix. It's always being a little bit elusive. You're chasing that. You're finding reasons to go on. It could be in songwriting. You're chasing that song that's in you to do, and you're playing different things on the guitar. It never quite comes out, so you keep pushing. But the reason you keep pushing along are reasons like that, because it's in you to do, because it's basically you and the Lord, you know what I mean? And let the chips fall where they may. But I mean, the main reason is that you're a person. You have things inside you to do. You have things you have to hear, and it's really doesn't matter what other people think. It's you're doing it in the sight of God. God is saying there will be not just vengeance but restoration. There will be a reward on this. You will be rewarded, and my reward is daily, just being able to wake up and not be dead, I guess. But but it really comes down to you do what you love because God gave you the gift. You know what I mean? And God is the one that's really the recipient of the work ultimately. So you're doing it for Him. You're doing it for the joy of what you think. When you finish a creation, it's you get to analyze it. You get to sit back, and it's probably not going to be the most perfect thing, but you'll push on next time. You know what I mean? There's this road you're on where you keep pushing forward. Why does an athlete go out and train if they're never going to enter any they're just going to be a runner, let's say, but they're having to push themselves. They're doing it because it's in them to do. They're going to just they don't need to be in a contest. They've just got it. It's just something they're just like playing, like being a child. So, and of course, there's nothing stopping people from just giving it away in that sense. Like I say, some of the best people I've ever seen on whatever instrument have been in the open air malls, right, at the airport, in public place, at the beach, and you ask, well, what pushes heaven? And they get people do listen, and people listen to what you create. It's just that the world is arrayed that if you're not part of the world, it must reject you. It's just basically science. It's basic science. So flipping back to the worldly mind of mommy, screw you, I like this other one over here. That whole configuration of the worldly mind with worldly expectation will kill you if you are a spiritual being. It'll kill you. And comparative thinking about somebody else this, somebody else that, and hating everybody because everyone's treated you wrong, and going down that victim road is something that a lot of people do. Van Gogh did. He put it all through the lens of the world. He felt like a failure. He was no failure, but he felt like one. So I guess you got to make a decision. My Lord was not just rejected, but humiliated, tortured, crucified, maligned, false witness, every other damn thing you can think of. And yet he was the best man. He was the teacher. He was, they took the best away. Because the world just is like that. Again, and part of this is a process of separating you from the world. This has kind of been a real good series lately, the last couple of podcasts, because this is stuff that I need to really focus in on this too, just all day long. Every once in a while I find myself saying, well, I'll see a like from my wife and my assistant and a friend or something, and that'll be it. I don't, so it's like, well, then I just never go back to, say, Facebook or one of these things. You can't look at it that way either, because the only thing people respond to on Facebook is like when you have pictures of family, or they're not geared to, they're not going to take 3 minutes out and listen to anything. That's not even the purpose of it. So but I put everything there because it's public. I'm using it as a public platform, and I know Zuckerberg has it so it can't get out, but I'm just going to share wherever I can, and and people, and it does make a difference. In other words, the fact that I'm not daunted by any of this, that I don't really give a damn about results in that way. I don't live and die with whatever. I don't need to be this rising star on Twitter, let's say. Twitter's all political, so if you want to be a star there, you must be political. But I post every creation, every podcast, every song, everything that's me, everything that I've spent my whole life doing. I've spent my whole life in this. My whole life has been creating music. My whole life has been creating podcasts. I mean, the last 15, 16 years, full time, just everything that's in me has been poured out. And so I shamelessly will put it wherever. If I find new places to put it, I'll put it there. It isn't even about today. It's not about me, anyone really even responding, because it's something else. It's something that I must remain true to. That there's something driving me. Part of it is this satisfaction of getting something completed, and that's always nice. And then especially when it pleases you, and then you get to, listen to it later, and it's like bringing out the E13. I'm sure glad I did that track. I don't even know where I did that, but I did that with, I think, a program called Omnisphere, or I can't even remember how I did it. We had a nice, some nice drums, the whole thing was nice, but the main thing was just the levity and the humor about, you do it for money. It's precious. I thank God that's there on a day like today, right? It's like a perennial. I'm glad I did it. Not unhappy that I did something, if just because people ignore it, and they're not told. I mean, they're not programmed to like anything. The world is programmed to like what the world provides. I mean, I'm just now weaned off of movie theaters. I finally said no. Look how long it's taken me to get to that point of doing what I should have done a long time ago. In other words, they don't have anything to do with me. I don't have anything to do with them. The movies they make aren't for people like me, so goodbye, I'm out of here. Took a long time. See, in my world, they would be rejected, you see. If they were trying to do, let's say they were trying to make a movie or write a book or make a song or whatever it is, in this world here, no. The themes are the world understands. The lyrics, everything else goes with the world. I mean, certain people, they share things about pain and suffering and rejection and all that, but there's a spirit there. There's a spirit there. And, people go where they belong. Anyway, you can't look at the world and people ignoring your work if that's what they're doing. I don't know. I think that's debatable as well. If you're upset because people are ignoring your work, and it's shaping your life in a way you don't want it shaped, and you're going down that road of a bitter root and angry, and you're just terribly pissed off. You're mad at God, obviously, because God isn't helping. And it just seems like more of the same and even worse. So complaining doesn't do any good, you know. And so I say you got to switch to a different energy. So you are motivated to do this music and this stuff you do, whatever it is, your art, your photographs, your music, your whatever, every expression, because it's something that's in you. It's got to be that as the motivating factor. Who cares what they think, don't think, do, or don't do? I just released a track that was really bothering me because I used this effect. It was really gobbling up everything, and I had to push the bass, and I did, finally got it nailed. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears. Crickets. Crickets. So I know I got a good one there. and see, I'm laughing. Because and I'm going to keep on with it. I'm going to post it here and there and do whatever, and I'm already thinking about, okay, what's next? See, what's next? I'm not going to sit there and look at results or no results. I have a schedule. I have a schedule of many things to produce that in me to produce. Every artist has the same amount. It's all getting pent up there, so if you don't stay with it and keep the flow going, that's really the thing, is the creative process. That's really the reward right there. And in so doing, God gives us the reward, but you have to be motivated properly. If you want the world to, I guess it's to love you, because it's really not even about any art. In the end, these people want to be loved, right? There are certain things you could do, I suppose, to get that love, but my God, is it worth losing your soul, man? Is it worth losing your soul to gain the whole world? Gain the whole world, they will listen to what you do. They'll be very, especially if you're young, they'll be checking in on you, and just a case in point, Bill Clinton co-wrote with James Patterson, famous novelist, a novel, his first novel, written with a professional author, right, James Patterson. And what's the theme about? It's the lamest thing you've ever heard in your life, okay? The theme is about a president that goes missing. Obviously, this was all stemming from, Clinton's rage that his wife didn't win, right? So what if the guy goes missing? He's fantasizing, obviously, about Trump. It's about they went into a bidding war. I don't know if you've seen the details on this, but they had a bidding war and are paying Clinton an exorbitant amount of money for this amazing first novel. Unbelievable first novel. Such a cutting-edge concept. The president goes missing, which of course is just the fantasy of every libtard, right? So the bottom line is, I should say every worlder, right? Because all worlders hate Trump. Okay, so basically the bottom line is, they paid him exorbitant amount of money, total applause. I don't know how many millions of dollars for him and Patterson to divvy up and go off to Pedophile Island with Jerry, with Epstein and have a ball with that. You know what I mean? Payday, a big payout. The studios are all clamoring, going now. They're all filled with applause. Everybody's clamoring. Who's going to direct it? It's going to be a show on Showtime, apparently. Showtime is where it landed. They're going to make a series out of it. The president missing every frickin' week, on and on, with one of the most boring, lame, and stupid concepts ever to be purchased by it. And okay, so Clinton takes a stab as a dilettante at writing a novel because he's got this fantasy that he wants to step in, which was also, by the way, not fiction. It was that the deep state was planning on this to somehow secretly remove Trump and then have people wonder where he is. So he puts that obvious on-the-nose concept. Not a high concept at all, but an on-the-nose concept out there follows it up with a famous author guaranteeing acceptance. And the world has gone nuts with applause. That's the world. The world loves Bill Clinton. The world loves Bill Clinton. The world loves Bill Clinton's crimes. The world loves pedophiles. All right, so bottom line, Clinton, big payday. First dilettante-like attempt. I'm sure it was a manager or somebody tied him up with Patterson, an agent, somebody, to make sure that things written right? People are going to read it. And, the fascinating world of Washington, D.C., and the inner and workings, and of course the fantasy about removing the president. The president, it's gone missing. Which I'm sure has been a pipe dream and a wet dream of Bill Clinton, probably from the minute the nightmare of losing the election happened. They've been fantasizing, how are we going to kill this guy? Trump. Get him out of there. Trump. False witness, Russia. Trump. Get him out of there. We're all going to go to jail. He's going to start busting all the pedophiles. That means us, right? So the concept is like wipe your ass with it, okay? The concept is I wipe my ass, and here's the concept, and they pay me millions of dollars for what I just wiped my ass. In other words, my fantasy of getting rid of this guy goes full bloom into a novel, and the public's really going to eat it up. I mean, they can't wait to see this on Showtime. The president goes missing. Where did he go? Is he being held hostage? In the interim, who's going to be the president? What's going to happen here? Somebody removes the president, probably by force, or did he just disappear on his own? I'm sure they can play with that and just mislead you and just pull you along week to week. You know how they do, like on House of Cards and stuff. It's horrible. Anyway, I have to tell you, it is the most boring, mundane, pedantic, vapid. There's just not enough words. I mean, obvious, which is something no artist wants to be, is obvious, right? You want to be yourself rather than be something you think people want or some homogenized thing, right? You want to be original, unique, and you, because you're brilliant. You're all brilliant. What's inside you, that's brilliant. Nobody else can do that. So he comes up with something, wipes his ass one day, gets his slave Patterson to write it. Really, he probably didn't do any writing. Sits back to take all the glory, gets a huge payout, ridiculous amount of money the Clintons make. Big write-up in Hollywood Reporter and everywhere else. It's going to be the biggest thing on Showtime. Everyone's really excited. We're going to put a great director and great stars in this one. It's going to be even better than House of Cards, I'll tell you that. And he got the applause that you didn't get, he got. Now, if you came up with a concept like that because you're you would be laughed out of Hollywood for being, obvious, banal. I can think of a million words. But if one of theirs does it, they're suddenly welcomed like a king, like a prince. So, there you are. And you're always going to have that result. Yes, you could come up with the exact same novel, the exact same outline, the exact same synopsis, and they wouldn't even look at it coming from you. They wouldn't even look at it. It would be rejected not just by Hollywood, but every independent, everyone everywhere is big. Oh, come on, that's a stupid idea. It's like, it's a Democrat wet dream. It's like, how do we get rid of this guy? Yeah. Oh, let's put it in a novel. Let's make it a TV show. Oh, that's genius. But you're not in that. See what I mean? And they do this to each other. Many times when these scripts and these things sell for big money, they do nothing. They flop. I know of people that got paid millions of dollars for a screenplay. Millions. millions, and rewrites millions, to the point where they could retire. Okay, and not one thing of theirs got produced. And I'm like, they can pay $1 million for this screenplay and just put it on the shelf. They do it all the time. Because when they get down to how much money they got to spend on advertising and all that, focus groups and all this other stuff, then of course, things can change. They'd have a built-in audience, of course. They were going to have people that like Bill Clinton. That would be, probably their audience, and maybe, people that like political intrigue. They might be able to pull it off. Like, there may be enough people fantasizing about getting rid of Trump that would constitute some kind of audience. But you can leave me out because, you see, that concept, I rejected it already. I have no intention of, just like I don't watch House of Cards. I gave it a chance once, and it was just tawdry and stupid, and they're leading you along, making you watch week after week, and they got nothing new to say. I don't watch things like that. I don't like to be manipulated like that, or like The Man in the High Castle. That was another one, where it's just a bunch of propaganda. They're trying to, pull us through. Very little happens, and then we have to wait till next week or whatever to find it again to see what happened. And I thought I would like the concept of the long series, to the point where I even buy sometimes the DVDs where the season would end, and I buy the DVDs. I never made it through because they're not talking to me. They're not talking to me. They're not my entertainer. I had to, yes, folks, I had to reject them because they're not talking to me. I don't feel like saying, oh, well, so-and-so is in this and this and this and this and this. Isn't he great? No, I can't drop names like that because they don't work for me. So they get no kudos. Yeah, but yeah, I like some movies here and there, but it's become very spotty as of late, to the point where I would try to sit and watch one on my Dish network, and then I'd get, a half hour in and just walk away. I'll be damned if I'm going to start doing that in movie theaters. I hate doing that, getting all comfortable in my seat, and, there's people I like to be in kind of the middle, and I like to be close to the screen. And I still need my glasses, but I have my glasses close to the screen, got my popcorn, blah, blah, blah. It's all this ritual, right, we do. And then you're like held hostage, right, for that, because it's not that good. You just won't really want to get out, but, you spend all that time and money getting there and block time to be there. No, it doesn't work for me anymore. That concept is over. And it's been a long history, too, because that my brother and I, we really, really liked the movies because my father was, and was involved in insuring movie studios, so he had a free pass thing. And we always were fascinated with that. You could just show him this card and just walk in, it's like, oh, wow, that's cool. So, it was a way of life. It was the only time when we were kids we were happy as like the three of us, my dad, my brother, and me, could get together, and have bonding time, each sitting in a different seat in the dark, right, in a movie theater. But that worked for some reason. So you think, oh, that's going to be hard for Zeph to give that up because that was, one of the bright spots. Yeah, that was one of the bright spots. I have turned the corner, folks. I reject them, and I reject their movie theaters. I hope I could care less if they all go bankrupt and shut down and became like everything else, getting boarded up. Sports Authority's boarded up. You got J.C. Penney's getting boarded up. Sears boarded up. Boarded up. The what do we have here? The Edwards or AMC or I don't know what it is. The 14 something 14. I forget the name of the company, but whatever it is, I remember they built it a few years ago, not that long ago. I thought, oh, good, movies. And we used to have the dogs, like in the summertime, we'd have the dogs, but they'd have to stay air conditioned, so we keep the car running. And I have an extra key so that they could, and then there was always that worry, you worry, well, hope the motor doesn't stop. Anyway, sure, now, bottom line. I didn't think that would ever happen, where I would actually reject the movie theaters. I have also rejected the NFL. When I said I would not see another game, and I made that statement, I was serious, and I haven't since. Even up to about 3 years ago, I was watching, at least into the playoffs and, certainly the Super Bowl and everything. But now, no. Time has, it's like time to put childish things away, I think. And that was, my childhood. So that was another form of happiness, right? The ball game. Because see, the ball game. Now look, look at me. I'm the rejecter. I'm rejecting them. Not that they're going to be upset by one person rejecting, but they're getting rejected. It doesn't, other people not in their system are getting accepted. People in that situation are getting rejected. Why? Because first of all, it's not for me. There's no point in my knowing who the actors are or celebrities involved because we're not in the same universe anymore. So if they were relying on my love and my attention, they'd probably feel pretty bad. They'd feel like they just got rejected and ignored for no good reason. It's weaponized ignoring. The twain will never meet, folks. Jesus was rejected by the whole world. So if you are an artist to create, do you really want to make art for them? Who are you making it for anyway? The reason I do it is because it's in me to do, so I have to get it out. I'm processing, I'm breathing, that's it. And the journey is the destination. That's the other thing. The doing of it is the destination. Have you ever noticed that when you really need people to have a kind word or whatever, you can't find one? But when you don't need one, it's all around. Spiritual warfare, my friend. Don't ever forget where you belong. You don't belong with them. They're not going to give you any props. They don't care about you. You don't exist. Fine. I mean, great. I'm happy not to exist. I want to exist with my Lord and with the Lord's people, and that's where I am. I mean, we got plenty of spiritual warfare here too, because it's like, who are the Lord's people? I mean, the 23rd? Sell everything and move to... People are funny. But, Jesus and Hollywood are incompatible. I have to resist. I mean, I've got these uber Christians, Roma Downey, the ex-actress, and her husband Burnett, and they do all the Jesus movies. It's all I can do not to just scream at her as an airhead, just the poster or that worldly silliness, that vapid silliness that people in the world do, and I'm just like, what the hell's wrong with this woman? But she's not in my world. She's not making those Jesus movies for people like me. I'd rather go see a movie about Satan. So, the bottom line on this whole thing is, the Lord has given you gifts, not in vain. And there will be a day of restoration. I can't say it's going to be on this earth, in this particular corrupt, disgusting world. But it will eventually be, and you will be satisfied, and it will all be, justice will be done, and there won't be a problem. You got to have faith in that. And not just, and this goes out to, I know quite a few people in this area that it depends what, somebody else can either make or break your day. You can't give other people the power to make or break your day. Because what the enemy does is goes, oh, that person's needy right now. They need a comment or something. Okay, I'm going to go into the minds of all these other people. Make sure they just kind of don't see it. Make sure they just kind of get steered away from making that comment that person so desperately needs. And what the hell does that have to do with the making the sausage anyway. So for the thrill of, being doomed and then, pulling through and sticking with it and all those good things. What's that got to do with, the result? It's done. It's out there. So those are just a few things about what motivates me. What motivates me too is I want to, keep improving in skills. It's a passion with me. It's a passion. Nothing is good enough. And so that keeps me also just pushing on, with everything I got, because I'm just completely, I'm cocked and locked and I'm in, and we don't know which way it's going to go. I could get shot down, bogeys, in my 6, or I could maybe I'll make it out. I don't know. You know what I mean? Every one of these little projects is like a mission behind enemy lines. It's just amazing, and so I'm just determined to. It's just a passion of mine to do it, not the result. I use I use it on the Zeph report. Nobody was giving me any permission to go do that back then. No one said they were going to pick it up and syndicate it. There's no applause then, and there's none now. But the music goes with the show. They go together, and that's me. It's just a reflection of who I am. You don't say, well, I'm going to do this, or I'm not going to do that, or I'm going to do this, or I'm not going to. Or feedback, well, I really like what you say, but I don't really like the music being there, or I like the music, but I can't stand your political talk, or whatever it is. It's like, there's just no way to separate anything out. I'm just me, and I'm going to express, I'm going to go, and I don't care what people think. Because I have a great deal of joy in trying, catching the thing that's happening, and then being able to give speak or sound or something to it, so that we can catch it and kill it. And so it's just a mission, and I'm just never finished. It's never going to end. I just have to be driven on to the next thing, because this world, it's just, there's a million ways they can get you. There's a million things going on, and so my encouragement to you is this: God gave you gifts. Do what makes you happy to do. That's something that when you're happy like that, God put that in you to be happy about doing something or the other. No harm in that. But getting upset with people and deciding that's it, you're not going to be involved in that, and the hell with them, and it's not about them. And so that's a false concept. That's a false paradigm right there. It's about you, and you do it because that's the joy in you, is to create it. After it's created, there's no joy that comes after that, really. A little bit of, you'll get a kind word now and again, and it's not that it even matters. What matters is being engaged, using your gifts, being involved, being motivated, being inspired. Some people might be forming a company. I know people are passionate about owning buildings, or it might be, who knows what it is. But the world, you don't need to get permission from the world to do anything. They're always going to hate you anyway. And they're going to hate you for no good reason, and so there's no sense looking for justice, because God said that's the way it's going to be. So don't let that, your joy is here with you, and when you create something, I'll tell you one thing, okay, Spiritual Warfare 101, when you create something, anything, they hate it. It's like taking a baseball bat to a corner. You're supposed to be there, feeling down, feeling self-pity, and screw them, and being angry in the corner and being neutralized. That's what they like. So when you are just happily, whatever you're doing, it could be just dancing a jig somewhere, you know what I mean? It's like, you're happy, I hate that. Maybe your passion is watching television. I don't know, it could be. My reasons, my reason is I don't feel any connection with less and less. I'll just put it that way. The Lord's got so much. I need to really get more of this mystery of Christ. That's what I want. There's so much in there, there's so much to it, most of which is unutterable. Unutterable. But I give glory to the Lord. So when I do something, it's got to be okay. I'm in here, I'm sitting behind this audio desk because basically, bottom line, it's all for God. I'm doing this for the Lord. There's nothing else. Is there a goal? No, there is no goal. So there you go. What's the motivating factor? Well, God's happy. That's the motivating factor. And that's plenty. Plenty. And so that's why the Zeph Report and Zeph Daniel Music, Zeph Daniel Podcast, etc. has gone almost 16 years. And yes, and the joy and thrill I get out of even like bitch slapping them with this E13. I mean, there's just no end to the pleasure I get out of that. Yeah, and someone has to say it. So I want to get back to that subject. That's all I can say about encouraging. People need to do their art or whatever they're going to do to make their contribution because it's in them to do. It's a gift, and you need to respect it as a gift and be happy. If you're not happy, something's wrong. Something's very wrong. How, on your best day, what could they do to make things better? They can't do anything. They are brain dead zombie morons. What do you want? At the end of the day, it's not the result; it's the doing of it. And so that's why we want to get ready, and just move on to the next thing. Because that's where the joy is. And, get into the flow. And, if you want to have a gallery or something for your paintings or your photographs or a show where you play DJ for your music or something like that, by all means, my God, man, no one's stopping you. You want to present other people if you're more of a diner rather than a chef, go ahead and do it that way too. That's art too. I love it. There was Luke Besson's whole comment about directing. They was like, well, who are your icons? It's like, I'm really the chef here. I'm not really a diner. And it was like, perfect. That's right. He's got to do what's in him to do. He doesn't have time to go worship Martin Scorsese or something. There's just no point in that. There's been some good movies, but what he's doing that's the important thing. What I'm doing, that's the important. I don't need to give props and kudos to 50 other people because I'm busy doing what I'm doing. You can get busy doing what you're doing too. Let the diners out there have at your creations. They're hungry. They're starving. And if you put it out there and they don't eat it because they're ignorant, then to hell with them. I mean, F them. Who cares? You're busy. You got lots to do. And it never ends. The only way, the recipe for misery is doing nothing and brooding about how the world isn't fair. That is, I guarantee you, is the most miserable, awful, painful thing that anyone could do. And it's all, the sad thing about it is it's all based on false pretenses. False understanding of the situation we're in. We're in an epic battle. If you do know, now, those of you that are not in the arts, you're a diner rather than, you're more of a consumer rather than a creator, which is great too. Same thing. Don't let the world tell you what your tastes are. You have your taste of what you like and for your reasons, and maybe no one understands. And maybe you share what you think is good or whatever, and people don't respond. And, then you feel rejected from that. It's like, what? That's not even your creation. You're posting something someone else did. I don't do that too often because there's nothing, I don't have any icons really. There's nothing out there that feeds me anymore. Even that spark that began all the rock and roll stuff that Jimi Hendrix, it's bored to tears now with that. Just bored to tears with all of it. Wasn't the case a few years ago, but I just, it's just like I'm really interested in what's going on now. Not what happened with dead people a long time ago. Yeah, man. And as a result of that kind of disrespect of my icons, I'm actually pretty happy about everything. And isn't that going to just drive them nuts? And when I'm happy, I'm a happy warrior. The creations are going to be, really, they could get really wild. Who knows? We know one thing. When they go out of here with reckless abandon, like maybe you shouldn't even release that, type of thing, that's exciting, right? It's fun. Because there are people, see, I have the benefit of having people out there that just cringe with anything I do. Just cringe. And if they could just stop me. And so that's got to be the way it is with the, with looking at the stats on these things. I mean, sometimes I complain too. I get into, well, it doesn't matter, who cares, whatever. That's I have to repent on that, or I can't keep creating. I wouldn't show up here if I didn't somehow straighten my mind out before the next day. Oh, who cares? No, it's people do care, and I care. The Lord cares. There's going to be a certain truth coming out of this place that you're not going to get somewhere else. And, and that's the same with every individual, The point is that the thing is, I'm motivated to do it. I don't even know why. I get a word in the middle of the night. You know what the word was I got for you? And me. There will be justice. There will be satisfaction on you who feel rejected because you're creators and you've been rejected. And it's really been hard on you. And it's taken a toll physically, mentally, and every other way. And so it's piling up and you're mad. And, there will be justice. There will be peace on this issue. That's all I can say. If I say any more, I'm embellishing something that I received. Like so many others that are on the chopping block today. Okay, get ready to sing the chorus. Oh, I can't skip ahead on this. Oh, what a cheap, cheesy thing. I can't skip ahead. Okay, well, never mind. I'll just make sure. I'm going to do I think I'm going to mash some stuff. I'm going to do I got some heavy thing I want to say. So I'm going to get some music going, maybe 4, 5, 6 different tracks at once, And I'm going to get ether. I'm going to get this thing looping right on. I'm still here, false prophet. I'm going to have it loop over and over. And I'm still here, false prophet. I'm still here, false prophet. And I'm just going to, you know what I mean? I'm just going to pound it in today. I've got to do it. I've got to do it. This is too important. I've got to do it. If today we make the word holy by getting you guys motivated to do for the Lord rather than react to the world, then I've done a service that most temple worship doesn't do. Most pastors don't do. If I've done that, if I've made a difference in you right now, where you're saying, you know what, I'm getting back to creating stuff. I mean, that's right. And then when I'm doing that, I'm happy. Yeah. And you can amplify it, because when it comes in, oh, woe is me type, you've just got to just realize that's the enemy, that's the devil. They want you to be upset and sad and rejected and forget about it. You just can't go there. You just have to make a decision with me right now. We're not going to do that again. Okay? Maybe you wanted to be a rock star when you were a kid. I remember I spent most of my time being lost. I had no goal of rock star or anything else. I just wanted to play drums in the back of the band. I didn't think about anything. I was so far gone, man. I'm just so... wow, man. I never had any childhood, really. I didn't have any of that. It wasn't like that, you know what I mean? It was just something I was doing. But when I had a chance to do an independent film and direct it, you know what I mean? And I had... I remember I was in the dining room. It was a house that was out in Malibu. we're using it for a set. And, it was a great place to shoot because you had all this room to build stuff and do stuff. But anyway, I was in the very beginning. It was just ending prep, just getting ready for a couple of you in the film business out there. You'll know what I'm talking about. And just getting ready. I don't know if we ever started really principal photography yet, but we were getting close anyway. And I've said this story before. And the first AD came up to me and goes, and we were friends, you know what I mean? And I hired him because I thought he was really good at moving things along, even though at one point he tried to mutiny on me on my first thing I tried, and I had problems with the sound. Yeah, sound ruined that one. That was a good story. But anyway, bottom line, he goes, well, what do you want? And he was trying to get me over on the other side and all that. That seemed to be the whole purpose of having the movie. It was like having all these people there with one purpose, to move you to the other side. It's like, by the way, incidentally, we're making a movie, but nobody really cares about that. They all care about this other thing. Well, I care about Yeshua maybe the same way. But he says, well, what do you want? And really, I had to honestly answer him. I had to honestly stop everything because I knew he was, wondering why I wasn't getting on with the world system, why I wasn't, taking my place and having my life and, joining the collective and, just going ahead and biting the bullet. What do I want? And I looked at him honestly, and I didn't even know. Back then, I didn't even know where the pressure was coming from. I'm like, what? Yeah, that's how bad things were. But I said this to him. I said, I don't know. You're sitting here with all this gear, Panavision camera, all kinds of, 20, 30 grand a day going out the window, and you're basically, I don't know. Well, I remember I should have quit right then. You're right. I had no business doing that. I was a writer, you know what I mean? I just thought that maybe if I directed something, I would improve my chances of getting stuff done. But I mean, the big problem was I wasn't somebody's bitch. I wasn't a slave to someone who had the power to get things done. Like, even Bill Clinton needed to be, having this Patterson guy to get his book done, whatever, those contacts, connections, all that stuff. It's all part of the world system. It's all regulated by the same demonic, hierarchical force, right? And it's like, so I was spinning around lost. And here I was on my own film going, I don't know. And then he was like, well, if you don't know, I don't know. I mean, nobody knows then, What the hell's the purpose of life? And it actually got down to that kind of philosophical thing. What's the purpose of life then? And my answer was, and I was being honest. I said, I don't know. We got all this potential to do something really great here, but we all have to be on board, don't we? Now here's Mr. I don't know. You know or you don't know? Or you what do you And it's like, yeah, I wouldn't know the first thing about, if I were going to be involved in any kind of slavery, probably I was. That comes for free. I don't charge for that. I don't know, yes. That was one of the great moments of my life where I was able to sit there with all this stuff happening, and the answer is I don't know. A recipe for disaster. No, I hadn't. I didn't know myself. I never faced all the things that went wrong and everything that led up to that point. I really didn't know. I was just a shell of a person, doing something that I thought you're supposed to be doing. It just wouldn't. That's how far it went. It's like, well, if that's what you think you're doing, don't you want to succeed? Meaning, if you don't join the devil, you ain't succeeding. So you got to know what you want, and then know about how to go about getting it. Or this whole thing will just be rejected.
you'll be delivered to the black hole. Even people that were there, if they had career, they won't even admit they ever even did this film. You're blackballed. You don't exist. You are a soft killed. If you even raise your voice in a negative way about Satan. So that was like the hard fact. No, I avoided even that. All that kind of subtext and context of what was going on there, I had no clue. I mean, because I was in such a fragmented state of mind. In other words, I was just a series of fragments, like a broken kaleidoscope. I'm this moment, I'm not that moment. There's nothing that could ever penetrate or sink in, like the big cosmic question, to be or not to be, sort of thing. That wasn't going to happen because there to be scattered parts. It was already too broken. It's a good question, and had I really had my spiritual wits about me, which I didn't have at the time, I didn't understand, I would have simply, walked away that day. Well, at this stage of life, it's not like I've walked away. It's like I feel like I'm in it, but not of it. It's like I'm in it, but not of it. But I certainly wouldn't attempt to do something that required a position in the world system of Satan to pass muster. I wouldn't put myself through, or my family, through a torturous exercise in failure like that if, I had my wits about me understanding the two choices. You wouldn't even attempt something like that if you had no intention of, unless you had an intention of, while doing that at that time, trying to cut a deal with the world, for the very least to be successful and not put your family in jeopardy. That's or leave. But the option of being a guy in Jesus in that situation, not acceptable. Failure. All right? There's only one choice. So that's why when people post things, I happen to know inside baseball where everybody's been at. And it's kind of like, well, I just can't really get behind that. Because I know where all this comes from. Or else I'd have to go back to my experience and say, I didn't learn anything from that incident that I just described to you. What I learned there was a distinct two different kinds of worlds with a it's like those two oceans. There's a place in the ocean where two oceans come together and you can see how they're both separated. There's like a line. You can see which ocean is which. They don't commingle. They block each other. It's weird. There's no land there to separate them, but they don't commingle. And that's basically it. If you want to do that sort of thing, then you know what to do. Once you understand the way it really is, then you don't feel what? Rejected. You know why? Because you rejected them first, or God loved you first, which rejected them first. So when they come at you, it's more like, well, you're the offending one. You offended us. We didn't offend you. You offended us. You made us think this is what you wanted. Now it's all a waste of time. All because of that one spiritual decision. Real Hollywood story, real fact, on the ground, happened exactly as I stated, with no exception for anyone. Not even the damned electrician, or the grips, who I always feel sorry for, or anybody else. It was like, I realized I had to walk away. That I was a living joke. I was mentally ill. I was so nuts that I couldn't comprehend the simplest thing.
I wouldn't say coward, because I took great delight in. I mean, I almost paid the price a few times by scraping with them. You know what I mean? I didn't run away. Sometimes I did, but a lot of times, because I was trying to find out what it was. You know what I mean? So I'd spar with them just to figure out, well, what the hell are they talking about? You know? And so no. And then at this point with the Zeph report, of course, it's straight head-to-head, and it's the same head-to-head out in public. And yes, it has eventuated in a couple of very dangerous close calls in the recent history. I don't say flaunt it like that anymore. You just have to respect that there's dangers out there. There's, that they will kill you if they can. I'll just put it that way. It's just the unwritten rule. It's just the damnedest thing. And yes, there are very heavy-duty spirits there, and they get it. They can influence vast numbers of people. Most people who say they're in Christ are vulnerable to being manipulated by the demons. So they manipulate them. Like I say, you put something out there, and people reject it. You get upset. There's no reason to get upset. This whole world system thing I just described. That's if you right. You're not going to go through that. You're not going to accept that. So you should just be happy every day. You know what I mean? There'd be, you dodged a huge bullet. You're not dead. Those people, they are the dead. They are dead. In exchange for their little run around the track and a little bit of glory, I guess. I don't even know what motivates them. I don't want anything to do with it. It's just not, I have to be with, yes is yes, no is no. Up is up and down is down. Anything other than that, it's just I don't flow with it. Too many tragic stories in Hollywood. I mean, Hollywood's a great laboratory for to show what happens in the in the world, because it's nothing if not the entire world system in and of itself. Therefore, we should be grateful that the Lord saved us, because that's what it really is. That he saved me from that kind of thing, and he pulled my ass out of there. He rubbed my nose in it, showed me they're willing to do business. I mean, they're willing to do you in. It's like, really? I can't believe that. I mean, until I finally started getting it, and then I was crying out to the, oh my God, get me out of here. And he rubbed my nose in it a couple times, but good, to make sure that I understood. There are dangers out there. So not only, well, look, you play ball with them, here's what happens. You make a deal in the spiritual realm, you're just going to start noticing all kinds of great things happening to you out of the blue, because they control the hive, which is everyone. Because most people in Christ who say they are cannot discern whether it's their idea or someone else is putting an idea in their head. That's most. That's like 90%. About 10% that actually can. I've gone back and forth on it. I've been the 90 and I've been the 10 both. Definitely the 90 when I was out there trying to do a movie, and I was surrounded by, the makeup artist. All these people sold out to the devil. Every last one. Why? And the answer is because they want to belong and they want to be part of something and they don't want to be left out in the cold and blood. For all those kind of reasons, they just kind of have to look the other way on the spiritual reality of it, which is they lost their soul, which is what happened. They're not going to give you that deal, and there's no security there anyway. Hired and fired, hired and fired. Anyway, I don't have time to go into that anymore. Look, the main thing is this. You guys are out there and having your gifts, joyously go about it and quit the lament about what somebody does or doesn't do. The demons have control of all their minds out there. They just turn them away from you. It's that your battle is not with the people. It's not with the world system even. It's with, it is with the system, but I mean, it is spiritual, and spiritually they can get people to, if you don't need anything, notice how things go different. But when you need something, it all gets pushed away. It's just classic. Don't be duped by and fooled by this. The whole point of all this angst that I've been hearing and feeling and seeing out there is, all engineered by Satan. We're delivered out of the world system. It's joy. We're saved. We're preserved for the Lord's purpose. So, no worries. I think it's part of the breaking us away from the world. It's very hard for us to let go of the way the world thinks. You know what I mean? It's very hard for us to see there's a dividing line. And once you're if you're on Jesus' side of that line, that's the end of it. No, I know. I've seen big stadiums filled with Christians and all kinds of rock bands and huge light shows and all this crap going on. And to me, it's just Babylon on steroids. I just laugh at that. Nobody who's truly in Christ would be able, in any way, shape, or form, to collectively put something like that together without there being the usual warfare and this particular issue. All those people are on the same page as the people in Hollywood. There's no difference. And I saw the lights going. Oh boy, there all these letters and digital letters. I mean, like beyond Pink Floyd. It's like digital letters up there going, He is risen and all this stuff. This super high tech Jesus thing. I'm like, get me the F out of here. These people are all 100,000% phonies. That is not. Imitating the world is not what we're supposed to be doing. And I know we all do it to a certain extent, but, and we gotta try to be those individuals in Christ and see where that leads. It may lead to a whole different place. Anyway, look, we don't need them. They need us, yes, because the system is parasitical, that it has to suck off that which is living. And that's not them. I mean, in other words, when we say you're saved, what do we mean? It means you're not dead like them. The worlders. They're all around you, the majority. They relish in their abominations of death. They relish in their powers to be able to, manipulate people mentally. And then the people do something and come up with an idea that's really someone else's, and then they laugh inside when you say, "Hey, I got this great idea. I think I'll do this." They go, "Sounds great," they'll say, not letting on that they put the idea there. They're playing those kind of games all day long. All day long they do that. Witchcraft 101, baby. Put another guy's idea in your head as if it's your own. Right out of the playbook. And most Christians, and I don't even say they're not saved, I'm just saying this is where they're at, this is how far advanced they are. They don't know the difference between their thoughts and someone else's thoughts. They don't know when they're being played. So it's more like, look, Jesus got a big concert here, much even bigger, look, with more lights and stuff, than it's magnificent compared to like the Burning Man, which obviously is to Satan, right? Two distinctly different paths. Two completely different realities. Two completely different set of languages, sounds, and tools and things. Completely different in a civilizational way, completely different And no side can communicate with the other. All they can do is try to, they can try to manipulate you. But if you are a person that prays before making decisions, they're going to find that very difficult to do. They're going to get very frustrated with you and probably reject you. Oh, there we go again. They rejected me. Of course they did. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yay. They rejected you. Yay. Cool. I put this thing up. I only got 2 likes. Yay. Awesome. There's applause. Where's my applause button? Phenomenal. Absolutely outstanding. There you go. Outstanding. They don't like me. Do we care? Since when do we start caring what they think? In Christ, we're separated from all that. It doesn't really matter what they think, and it doesn't matter what other Christians think either, for that matter. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks anymore, because Yeshua, Jesus Christ, beat it. So it doesn't matter what they think or do or say or whatever. Let them say whatever they want to say. Talk is cheap anyway. One guy's opinion one day could be something else the next day, depending on how much of a person they are. Anyway, I wanted to get on with this whole geopolitical thing. I think I'll take a little break and this last seal thing. Check. I don't know why there's a delay there, but there is a slight. You know how I could get out of that? If I did not use a preamp. I don't know. We'll see. I'll be back. probably overloaded that thing with too much bass on that, but I couldn't help it. I just kept turning it up for some reason, and now it's like gobbling up all the real estate. So I'm probably gonna have to do another pass and just pull that down slightly. But I like it though. See, that's the thing. Yeah, that song is what I mean. That's completely 100% our side winning against their side, our side being the way, the truth, and the life, their side being, that's the whole punchline of it. That's the whole thing. And then the final statement, you're so lost. That's how we look at the world. They're lost. They need to be found because that's the way they're on is no way at all. It just leads to failure. Maybe worldly success for a while, but then in the end, failure. So here's the thing. So I don't think I'd be able to write a song like that if I was hooked up with them in any way, shape, or form. Especially it's like a dialectic that kind of goes back and forth, and then eventually it's like, well, if you have the key, we're going to hunt you down. Right? Those are the lyrics. If you have the key, now we see you have the key, we'll hunt you down till eternity. Okay? How did you like that, Trish? Should I pull the bass on that? I think I should pull a little bass. I really got wild with that bass. It was real low, real thud. It wasn't real articulated, but it was, really there. And it's because I started off using this weird effect on the guitar that makes it. You heard it. It makes it into this bizarre instrument, and so it kind of went from there. But it said exactly what I wanted to say, which is, it's almost like the two people get together. It's almost like the debate I had with my first AD in Malibu that time. It's like that we start going back and forth, so it goes back and forth for a while. And, the narrator of this thing, of that particular song, knows himself. He's like, now you want back in. I mean, I'm thinking that might be like, back into what you don't know. I mean, that could be a lot of things. But where I'm going with it is ultimately to the punchline, which is, now we know you have the key, we'll hunt you down for eternity. See, now we figured that out about you. You've got the key. You've got Jesus. He goes, now we'll hunt you down for eternity. Then he goes, okay, I've got the key and I've got the power, the way, the truth, and the life. Perfect. Slam dunk. On to the denouement, which is basically, the finish, which is basically you're so lost. That's being said to the world. Without hesitation and without embarrassment, without pulling any punches. That's what I'm talking about. See, that's what I like about that particular thing. But, probably I could do another bass thing with it, just to bring the drums out a little bit more, but I still have to have that damn guitar pedal thing gobbling up all the scenery, and it does, but then everything comes above that. I also like the vocals on it, and because I was able to challenge myself and sing higher. When you get older, and if you can still sing higher, it's kind of like, you feel good about yourself, So a tremendous amount of joy with that. Then I've got another track that's in the works. I remixed it for James, and then just wasn't completely happy with the drums. So I said, let me take another look. I said, I'm going to finish this first, and this thing just would not be tamed. It just wouldn't. With all those frequencies all over the place, it just would not be tamed. It just, and it still isn't completely. It's just some things are like that. But, okay, so, and in his case, he's got this kind of like Indian voices and things, like Native American. And I really like that part of it a lot. And so I thought, well, maybe I could, so I'm going to go back in there, see what I did before I left. We took off out of here, and see if the drums are okay. I don't know. I have to get in there and figure it out. That's the next thing I'm going to do. I want to play it for you because I just think it's kind of interesting. It's really, it's just one of those interesting tracks about the Great Spirit being the Ancient of Days being Yeshua. It's just one of those. And I know from Red Elk and from the times that I talked to Red Elk, he showed me one point, and he explained to me on a show a long time ago how the whole dance of the sun is like the Son of God. You know what I mean? He showed me each point that went along with Scripture. I'm like, it's amazing. That's amazing. And yet the Indians are the heathen, right? Now, how about that? Do you think that's fair, what happened to them? All you got to do is drive around here. Drive around the Southwest. Drive around Navajo country in Arizona, up to the Ute territory up by Colorado, or down to, we got all kinds of tribes here. We got the Zunis. We got all the Pueblos here. We have a bunch of them. We got... of course, we also have the ancient Anasazis that became other tribes when they disappeared. And we have all these, this whole kind of Indian thing going on here. And especially in Santa Fe, there's been a big antipathy between the Catholic Church and the Indians and back and forth. And, all the wars and all the blood. So you drive around here, it's a pretty sad, pretty much will make you'll feel it. You can feel the pain. And it's just interesting to me how the spirituality is so on point. And yet they were called the heathen. And there was all this ignorance coming from Europe. I mean, I'm sounding like a leftist now, but there really was, this whole thing of pursuing the Indians and slaughtering them. That was actually that, according to Dinesh D'Souza, that was a leftist idea early on. But who cares who did it? Anyway, you can feel the pain of the wars, and there's a lot of hostility. I mean, you walk into I walked into a Ute truck stop because it's the only one around after you come through past Cortez from Durango, and then you're heading down toward Gallup, I guess. And it's kind of like halfway on the way. And so it's always a big deal getting gas, especially in an RV, because gobbles up so much gas, and so you're kind of there for a while. So I went into so Trish was coming out of the store, and she goes, "Oh God, they're totally hostile in there." I mean, it's just And so I walked in knowing that. See, I was already ready for that, right? So I just prayed to the Lord, and connected with the woman who had been hostile to Trish, but she was older, and just there's just that feeling, right? It's hard to explain. It's just real oppression feeling, and I connected with her, and it was just like. I was acting like I didn't really want her attention. I didn't care. I could care less if she's going to be whatever. I was doing my own thing, but then I sort of connected in that nonchalance. And it was like, you see, we couldn't have done that unless both of us had been somewhat spiritual to get beyond our carnal prejudices. And that was kind of a nice thing to see. That was, but I don't know why I like this Southwest so much. It's just it's so impossible. These big mesas and these giant rocks going up to the middle of nowhere, and these quiet, valleys that no one could ever live in. And it's just, it's just like being on another planet. It really is. But it's all beautiful. It's all very beautiful. But it's all hotly contested land. And like I say, the blood cries up, and there never has been a resolution between the Native Americans, I suppose, and the United States government. There never has been. It's never going to be okay. I can make another prediction. It's never going to be okay between the people that want the people that want Trump out of there, and the people that voted There's now an identifiable clash between two very different sets of people, like Indian tribes. One, the Trump thing is a certain kind of person. Two, the worldly left, certain kind of person. Not only will the twain not meet, but I predict that there will never ever be coexistence at this point, because they're never going to let it go, and the people that used to be quiet, meaning kind of letting the left do whatever they were going to do, have become vocal now. And so you see the two sides can't get along. They never could, folks. That these two different kinds of people have been around us for, we've all been around from the beginning of time. There's been these two spirits, and we don't get along. We will never get along with them. People can't even figure it out, why there's this divide, but it's kind of like between the truth and the lie. In a sense, the people that want, say they want to make America great again, which may just be a slogan and that's it, but I think what's meant by that is they want to bring God back into schools. They want people praying, they want reverence, they want patriotism, they want, they don't want to sort of nihilistic, overthrow the country, to hell with everything, beat people down if they don't think the same way. They don't want that. And they will fight against it to the death, by the way. They will easily, not only will they fight to the death, they will be victorious in the fight to the death if it comes to that. But these two sides have always been. And it's weird. It's like a direct line, like there's this fence or something between the two. It's like there's a distinction. There is a distinction. And it's very clear about that distinction. And I feel that as time goes on, it will become even more pronounced. So that there will be effectively, they will be driven to the state of like they say, they're going to declare a war in November to shoot any white person. The ones doing it are white themselves. And so this is being called for because their side is losing. They used to say, just shut up and go away to people that, felt like the, people that would do the right thing. Decent people. They don't lie. They don't, you know what I mean? They're just decent, good people. Okay. Would be quiet, though. They wouldn't stand up, necessarily. And now they're standing up. And that the left, people like Morgan Freeman coming out and perjuring himself, becoming a propagandist, whore, which he really is, showing his true colors, which is fine. Never have we seen that sort of thing where they take their masks off like that. Like Morgan Freeman's taking his mask off now. Zuckerberg openly calling for, the Russian thing. They really believe, okay, that they're going to reinstall Hillary Clinton or install her as president. And they are going to do every dirty trick in the book, every dishonest thing they can do, including, again, Morgan Freeman perjuring himself, saying that he believes that they're at war with Russia when he doesn't believe that. He knows that's propaganda. He knows he's not stupid. But it's all for a purpose. And it's you see them, they are the people of the lie. Everywhere across the spectrum, they lie and lie and lie again, showing me a certain kind of spirit, a lying spirit, calling for the extermination of certain people, to gun them down, lying and murdering and destruction. Okay, who is that spirit of? Where do they come from? Who are these people coming from? They're coming from secret societies. They're coming from, Lucifer. They're coming from Satan. And what do people want, basically? Honorable courts, a fair tax system, the children not being indoctrinated to become, what they're trying to do to them now, sexualize them as children so they can be used by adults, et cetera, et cetera. They wouldn't engage in any of that stuff because they're not of that same spirit. They want to build. They don't want to destroy. They want to tell the truth. They don't want to lie. So we're having a big clash between the people of the truth and the people of the lie. And I find that to be just very interesting to see who's who and what's what. And that has also influenced me about, not just shying away from certain people's movies for what they've done lately, but I've shied away completely because there's no way I can feel good about a story I'm watching where suspending my, knowing, something about these people. It's not just what the thing is, it's also where it came from. If it came from them, even if they say truth, 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 and I'm a goody two-shoes, and blah, 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 I'm not going to believe not even a word of it anymore. So therefore, that whole chapter ended. They don't even know it's over. We've seen, we're also in a prelude to nuclear war. And if there's nuclear war, you and I will be annihilated. So just so you know, that could happen any day. That's why I say every day that we show up here is another blessing. Hallelujah, Lord. But I mean, these things are put in place now, and they're serious about it. They're nefarious forces. What's exacerbating it all is Trump represents the end of them. He represents the end of their civilization. So they're going to fight like hell. And they also have a scorched earth policy. If they can't have what they want, if they're asked to give anything up, then they will make sure the entire world is destroyed in a nuclear holocaust. It doesn't matter who it comes from, Kim Jong-un or whoever, it doesn't matter. They'll make sure it happens. These people that have that much influence, they pledged their lives to Lucifer as young men and women. They became indwelt. And this is where it goes. This is where it eventuates. It eventuates in a nuclear war, obviously. Right? The destruction of humanity, which is the whole goal in the first place. Case in point, don't join the forces of the devil, since here's the philosophical reason you do not join Satan. Number one, you're really joining a force against yourself, in that it's a death cult where you become dead too. In a sense, you've given up. You're working against yourself because you're working against humanity. And that most of the people, they don't get that. They just get, well, whoever's paying, that's where I'm going. And that's how they look at it. And then the chickens come home to roost. So I'm having a great time here, just coming up with track after track, talk after talk about this very situation, almost like it's documenting it as we go along. It's not that Trump gets us into that kind of war. It's that the truth coming out, the unmasking, is what's driven us to the state of war. Trump just happens to be there. And he is a force of an unmasker, but he is not the unmasker. The great unmasker is God Almighty is the great unmasker. He's doing a work. So I just got to trust him. Never before in my life have I seen all the witches of the world aligned together against one thing, Donald Trump, when they don't even realize their problem is much bigger than Trump, and it's not Trump himself. And they're too stupid to understand that. I don't want to give them any help, but they're too dumb to understand what they're up against. The Almighty is bringing this wave, this apocalyptic wave. So yes, and even if their magical date doesn't happen the 23rd, that doesn't mean that we're not in a season of great tribulation where things could really impact humanity in a negative way. We certainly are. We also have AI coming up. AI is there to enslave every last man, woman, and child. That's the whole point of AI, and to subject us to machines as our masters. Very similar to James Cameron's Terminator. I wonder how that got so similar. What did Cameron know? When did he know? Well, he moved to New Zealand to avoid what? A nuclear holocaust. That's why he moved to New Zealand, because it's in the southern hemisphere where the radiation cannot go down that way. He figures it's all going to go off up here, and he'll just ride it out down in New Zealand. Well, if I see the blast, I'm just going to dive into it. I'm just going to go, yeah, baby, and it's going to come at me, and it's big light, and all of a sudden you're going to see this firestorm, and I'm going to just jump into it and be disintegrated. There's instant weight loss right there. Because what choice do I have anyway? That I'm going to die anyway. It's not like I can just hold on to this. I'm going to have to let it go, and I'm going to have to let everything go. I'm going to have to just become part of everything. If a lot of people think, well, it's going to be like a comic book. You're going to be yourself in heaven. I'm like, it doesn't really work that. It's just everything's much more awesome than the way that man describes it. But it doesn't matter to me because, it doesn't matter to me. If I get transformed into a beam of light, that's fine. I wouldn't mind a little Groundhog Day, though, if there is reincarnation, coming back and, continuing my work with the mixing until I finally just really nail it. You know what I mean? It seems like I need another decade to really get to that, sort of, those crazy engineers in Europe, there's people that they put a violin in of course they have money too, but they have put a violin in a certain cathedral at a certain angle with a certain microphone, and they just get the perfect sound, Sure, I'd love to be doing some of that stuff, wow. But we'll see. Sound creates the universe. Sound is why prayer works. Sound is answered prayer, right? It moves things. It moves mountains. Sound is how everything works. And sound is frequency, and frequency is light, and light is a wave, and the wave is of God, is God's mind in action. So I'm pretty excited, though, because I know that there will be justice for those of you who feel rejected. You will. I've tried my best today. Okay, it's hard. Some of this stuff is so entrenched. Some people are so bitter from so many years of rejection and just bad luck and bad everything that they're just never going to have a moment of joy. But the Lord is going to give you that joy despite all that. Despite your flesh wanting to hold on to this world. I mean, my thing is the whole for that sort of thing to really be true, you'd have to have a different paradigm than this one. This one says that if you're with the Lord, you're rejected by the world automatically across the board. So hallelujah, right? I mean, what if you create something and it will be rejected? You create it anyway, proving your faith in God. It's just your joy in Him. Birds chirp. They're giving glory to the Father. The wind whistles through the branches, giving glory to the Father. Everything does. And there's joy in that, true joy. We just have to remember who we are. Remember who we are. We are not of this world. Hallelujah, right? And so the way the world does things and perceives things is not our way. So let it go. If you need to chirp as a bird, if you're a bird, go ahead and chirp. If you're a writer, write something. If you play tennis, go play tennis. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, you're good to go. I don't mind sitting here at this table, but I know, oh my God, I've gone 2 hours and 20 minutes already. I didn't think I could last an hour in this chair. I didn't think I would last even 1 hour. And now, look, suddenly we're at 2 hours and 20 minutes. So anyway, I do appreciate y'all being there. And it's been an interesting journey over. I get certain kinds of rejections where, they're not me. But, see, I've learned that. But they're there for a while and then they go away. And then sometimes they come back and they keep thinking they've done something. I'm like, you've done nothing. You've fed over here. You've got fed over there. You got fed over this. Why? I don't own you. I don't hold you. I don't bring you back. It's all going on. You just go on your path, your journey, and don't worry about hurting my feelings. You don't hurt me at all. Unlike the world, which God weaned me off of painfully, people can do what they want around me. Tune in, don't tune in, agree, disagree, whatever, and none of it matters. I mean, it matters, I guess, if someone's really mad about something and wants to reason something out. I'm not that aloof, or but I'm just more like, it just doesn't bother me. I mean, there's this one guy that they had this like mutiny, or they thought it was, where they're accusing me of talking down to them or something, and that like 3 people said the same comment. And then to show his numbers, the guy corrals me. He goes, "You've done this, you've done that. You used to be relevant, but you're not relevant anymore. We know much more than you do now. You're talking like you're talking down to us when you're the one that ought to be listening to us." I'm like, "Oh, okay, I got you." I didn't think another thing of it. I just was like, "Well, you've graduated to probably rejecting Jesus," is what usually happens. And, based on, say, scholars like Jordan Maxwell or other people, that proves to them that, I said, what's the upshot of your philosophy then? That you're going to keep checking in. Don't worry, Zeph, I'm going to keep checking in on you week after week to see if you're actually saying something relevant. And we kind of surpassed this knowledge. I'm like, what knowledge? Everything we talk about here morphs every day. It's different every day. It's whatever's happening is what we talk about, not some kind of a schedule or what's contained within me. We're talking about stuff that's out there, that's going on. Very fluid situation here, but they just had to get those digs in. And I suppose I said, Lord, I know you're testing me to see if I'll react. I didn't react. I just was like Jesus. I just, there's, what can I do? Why should I defend myself? There's no reason to. They're entitled to their opinion. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. And off we went. I'm happy as can be. I've learned not to waste time. That when they've decided you're no good, there's nothing you can say in your defense. Jesus never argued back either. There's nothing you can say in your defense. Once they decide you're bad, or you're no good, or you're incomplete, or you're not doing it anymore like you used to, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I deal with what's going on, and what's going on changes. It's not the same as what was going on 10 years ago. What's going on today is different, but we keep dealing with it. It keeps morphing and changing, so we're morphing and changing as per the conditions on the ground, as per our reality. I'm just not into, and the day is still young. I mean, you could still have some horrible thing happen today and say it's the 23rd. I'm just, my thing is really about how people try to capitalize on people's ignorance and gullibility and desperation, and they try to make money off it. I just think, there's a lot of those kind of charlatans around Christians and Christianity because people are desperate and looking for answers. They want to know why, they're having such a miserable time. Why? What happened? And again, especially you people getting older, what we've got to do is really live in the moment and forget the idea of aging and anything. Just stop it right now. Just go. Let's be preoccupied with little things, silly things, things the world may find inconsequential, things that might get us in trouble with our kids calling us crazy. You know, if that's where you have to go in order to avoid the time-space crunch of aging and comparable thinking, comparative thinking, i.e. worrying what the world thinks or how, you know, this one's treated that way, but you're treated this way, therefore you're really bad. You know, all that must be finally now rejected. I suppose it would be if you feel you're being gang stalked, you know, go up to whoever you think the perpetrators are and just laugh in their face. Like, you know, that Henry Davis guy, that black guy that was at the rally, and he invited Black Lives Matter up there too, and they were all trying to kind of have a kumbaya moment. Anyway, he just laughs. That laugh is infectious. But whatever it is, you just can't let them grab a hold of you like that when it's false pretenses, when it's not even real, when it's got nothing to do with you. It's them. It's the world system. It's physics. It's science. It's not personal. So that's all I can say. I can't do it. I can't move the ball any further than that. I cannot move the ball. I can only inspire us to move the ball ourselves. I got to move the ball, and you got to move the ball. But let's move the ball, shall we? Let's not sit here in this complacency and just let the world just crap all over us when we're not the target. Let's not make ourselves that target. Their rejections, it's meaningless to me. Yes, they reject. So what? My family thinks I'm a loser. Yeah, hallelujah. So what? No one thinks I can do anything. I'm just like a cripple. Yeah, right. You're not of this world. So what? Next, please. All these perceptions we have of ourselves is just bogus. You don't belong to the world. You're not going to function in the world. You're not going to be functional or be a star in the world. You don't belong there. So that's it. Quit trying to go back to something you weren't part of to begin with. Go back to what you do not know, one of my lyrics said. Back into what you do not know. No point. We don't know them. They don't know us. They're ignorant about us. We're ignorant about them. It's just, move on. I'm for life. They're for death. I don't belong in a death cult. End of story. Next, please. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm going to get back to whatever it was I was doing. And I think I've got my work cut out for me here. All right, so I will see you next time. God bless you, each and every one. I'm exhausted from this talk, because in a good way, you know what I mean? But it's because we got to get this now. Come on, we can't go through another round of this, okay? You know what I mean? See you next time.
It's a boomerang. It's a boomerang. Around your head. I don't know why you thought you would win. It's a boomerang. You thought you got away with murder.
the usual suspects. Hey, gonna hunt you down to the last man alive. It's a boomerang. Too good for you, death. A lesson in school, death. You gun down the innocent, the boomerang. Yeah, yeah. You're in my sight. Not going anywhere. It's a boomerang. It's a nowhere to run and nowhere to slide. Gun you down and your whole hide. Where you live. What do you gotta say now? Subservient. 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 It's a boomerang. Two-way street. Boomerang. Be careful who you meet. Boomerang. Seal your fate. I don't know why you thought you could win. Oh. But now you're gonna find out what they're made of.